Good evening to all. Let us begin with a word of prayer. Our most gracious and heavenly Father, we thank you for yet another opportunity to come together and share our message to the people of Barbados. We would have had varying experiences this day, and we are thanking you for bringing us to this point. Thank you for your divine protection and guidance. We pray that as we proceed tonight with sharing with the people of Barbados, that it would be done according to your will, that it will be done according to your will. It is not about us, and it is not about what we may want and what we may prefer, but thine will be done in our midst here tonight. So we thank you, Almighty God, for this opportunity and this privilege again, as we put ourselves before the people of Barbados to serve them. We thank you, Lord God, for keeping us grounded in you. We thank you for your divine protection and guidance tonight. We pray that all who are on their way, that you would bring them safely, and that when we finish here, when the night is over, that we would return to our respective homes in peace and in safety. In Jesus' name, amen. Good night, good night, good night. My name is Elvis Wickham. I'm your chairperson for the night. We of the Democratic Labour Party welcome all who are in our midst. We know there are many more listening in your homes. Thank you for listening to us. And for those who are viewing online, both live, as well as those who will view at a later date, we thank you for taking the time to listen. We come to you tonight serious about why we are here. The purpose for us being here on Montgomery Pasture here in Cave Hill. It is not about any one individual. It is about the collective. It is about the team. The Democratic Labour Party is here to serve the people of Barbados. Tonight is not about theatrics. It is certainly not about personality worship. It is about the direction of Barbados. It is clear to everyone. It is certainly clear to the government as well, which is why the Barbados Labour Party is making all manner of promises to try to distract us regarding what has been our reality for the past 7 years, 8 months. It is certainly clear to all that it is currently not well with our Barbados. Barbados, which we love. I love my home. I stand here tonight not because of a great love for politics, but because of a great love for my country. I always remember that pledge. I spent many years overseas. I pledge allegiance to my country, Barbados, and to my flag, to uphold and defend their honor, and by my living to do credit to my nation wherever I go. So we come to you here tonight at Montgomery Pasture at Cave Hill, and to Barbados, both at home and the diaspora, serious about why we are here, concerned about the direction of Barbados, not just pointing out the things that are wrong, because we can see, we feel the things that are wrong when we go to the supermarket. We feel the things that are wrong at the gas pump. We feel the things that are wrong when we go to the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, but also offering solutions and offering ourselves up in service to the people of Barbados. And as I have said, many platforms that I have been on, you hold us accountable to that. We're not here to make pie in the sky promises. That's what the other side does. We are here to bring truth to the people of Barbados and an alternate path. It does not have to be the way that it has been. Hence our theme, not just tonight, but our theme for the campaign is Barbados First. Because it is not about any one individual. It is not about any one party. It is about Barbados first. We have seen over the last few years the current Prime Minister on her way out. We have seen her travel the world and try to save the world. And all the while, we know that the Barbados we live in is not what it used to be. And it isn't that it's better. We know that things have gotten worse. We also know that it does not have to be like this, but for neglect, it is. While Barbados has been crumbling, she's been busy crafting this image that all is well, yet we know it is not. So it is about serious, accountable leadership. We certainly cannot say we have had accountability, and that is what we promise to the people of Barbados. It is about putting people before propaganda. We care about people and what they're going through as the first priority, and not just about looking pretty while all is crumbling around. We are not about that. I certainly would not be a part of anything like that. It is about people first and foremost. It is about solutions and not just buzzwords. It is about accountability and not excuses. So many promises of accountability, yet they remain unfulfilled. And you will hear more about this as the night progresses. So without any further ado, I introduce to you tonight our first speaker, our candidate for St. Michael West Central, James Paul. Our first speaker, he's committed to party activism and a national voice. We have heard his voice on many occasions, certainly with regards to agriculture, bringing steadiness, loyalty, and conviction to public engagement. He speaks from experience and belief in disciplined leadership and people-centered governance. Ladies and gentlemen, those listening online, please welcome Comrade James Paul, our candidate for St. Michael West Central.
Sits and moving, sits and moving, one day I'll play. Sits and moving, sits and moving, sits and moving, sits and moving, one day I'll play. Sits and moving, yellow is the code, determination the mode. Young thems rise up, we carrying the load. Future in we hands, Barbados we see. Sits and moving, jump on the DLP. Sits and moving.
Good night. Good night. Good people of KFL. I want to say to you, I want to thank you for being here this evening. Good people of Barbados, it is important that we recognize the time that we are in. I am here to tell you that this general election has every significance. One of the things I want to say to you is that we sense a numbness. There's a numbness taking over Barbados. We seem to be numb to the transgressions that are happening. You know, every young man or woman that I see who become the victims of crime. And the victims go both ways. The perpetrator and the one upon whom that perpetration is wrong. And what I don't understand in Barbados is that we are getting to the point where people feeling numb. You hear about a murder? Oh, that's just another murder. You hear about a robbery? That is just another robbery. But we are not concerned about the impact on the lives of ordinary Barbadians. You know why? Because ordinary Barbadians do not count in the system anymore. They are just seen as tools. Men on a chessboard, the pawns to be moved here and there and be sacrificed. on the altar of expediency, collateral damage. Ordinary Barbadians are being seen as that. And the well-to-do, those who can live behind the cameras and the whatever protection, feel comfortable because they know people ain't gonna touch them. Young people. And I want to reach out to young people in this community tonight. You know why? You border with me, in which we have seen some crimes happening in this area. And we must ask ourselves, how can we as a community, as a people, respond? And the Democratic Labour Party is saying to you that you can respond to crime. You don't have to feel they have to be victims as if you have no power to respond. We have to empower our communities and stop thinking that every time you have a murder, the best thing we can do is put it on the social media and call the name. We have young men going in court, holding up the hands, not understanding the damage that is being done. But what we sense is hopelessness, a hopelessness, and yet politicians have time to fret and promote activities that instead of speaking to the crime, instead of speaking to the hopelessness, instead of speaking to the frustration that we have among our young people, all they have time to do is fret. And we applaud them. We say that's the best leader that we have. Is that the best we can offer to our people? Pastors need to reach out. Get in the communities, man. That's not all we have. We don't have to accept this. And I'm saying to you, the Democratic Labour Party is offering you a better way. A better way, because we sense the frustration among our young people. We sense the hopelessness. Look in our schools and understand, many has gone into the point where our teaching establishment, because I applaud our teachers. And I want to say this, while you might come under a lot of pressure, I applaud our teachers. You can see it when they recognize that they have children that go to school today morning. And they have teachers who, recognizing the issues, will cook do extra breakfast for them. You know why they have to do it? Because if those children don't get that breakfast when the morning comes, they can't concentrate, they can't learn. Yet we have a government wasting money on all kind of fat and fattening people that are already fat. Fattening people that are already fat. You got a government talking about what? Many people make light work. When ministers working 2.5 days in a week, flying about the place, giving fancy speeches up in Washington and all kind of places. Going Abu Dhabi, what they call it, Abu Dhabi. And saying them is the all kind of work, and our country is decaying right under us. And we are expected to say that is fine. We can't do no better. We have a country in which inflation killing people. And all you need to do to solve the inflation, reduce the taxes now. Reduce the taxes now. The Democratic Labour Party has said that we will reduce VAT from 17.5% to 15%. And you had some of the yard fowls, I call it yard fowls, of the Barbados Labour Party on social media saying, but that makes sense. We right now trying to make sure that we pay this and pay that. And all of a sudden, something that can't be happening for years, the Prime Minister got up and said, oh no, I could take off that thing off of that. You even get, what do you call it, $5,000 thing for people? all of a sudden when ease can't be done. But look, just the other day, it's the first time in years I hear fuel prices dropping like this. Barbadians, don't, come on, man. We are better than this. And I am saying to you, Barbadians, the education, and a fella come telling me, but one, don't talk about everybody. You got to talk about everybody. Because we have a way as a black people now, and I talk about the black people, to diminish our heroes, to not recognize the contributions and the lessons they gave us in the past. But everybody gave us one thing, education. Education, and that education was given to us to be discriminate. It was given to us to review things and to put our representatives under scrutiny. Call them to account, man. In 2018, you call the Democratic Labour Party to account. What is different about this administration? And to you young people, I understand the frustrations. I understand the bad examples that are being set. We, as representatives of the people, have to start to get in to the communities. We have got to start to say it is not sufficient to be going to Parliament every month, dress up in a suit and looking good, and every now and then get in a shop and giving out a $100 bill, and well, now they've not come to all that. That is not what it's about. In fact, I can tell you this. You know what we should be seeing at the community level now? I, as a representative coming, and the other, and we saying, what do we intend to do for the community? And we should be held to account for that. I have spoken in St. Michaelfor Central to some of the programs I intend to put in to help young people in the community. We have a situation in St. Michaelfor Central where the physical facilities have been allowed to deteriorate for sports. And the representative you imagine that they want him to get away with that. Belfield is in the worst condition that it has been for years. Was that even worse? And they're spending money in all kind of other things, gatherings and all kind of nonsense, and the very tools that young people need in order to help them to progress. They're not paying attention to it. And we sitting down as a people and saying, oh, we can't do no better. And every time a fete comes around, we go in a fete. And we got young people on a stage. We have to stand up in this country for principle. And stop talking tongue in cheek. And young people will begin to respect us, because it's the double standards that we are seeing from the leaders of this country that is causing the type of behaviors that you are seeing among our young people. But on one hand, you're telling young people, don't do this. And you're encouraging it on the other hand. You can't do that, man. And I'm saying to young people, for every life that is lost, that we have to be inside there as representatives, and that is a program we're going to do in St. Michaelfor Central. We have to be saying to them, let's hold sessions, even on a monthly basis, get inside there and try to mentor, try to support mentorship in the community to change behaviors, because changing behaviors is what it is going to be about. I know it's time, but I just want to finish up. Because I feel passionate. And let me just say this. I am not running to be a politician now because there's any fame to get. I am running because I feel concerned about my country and the direction in which it is going. And we need to stop putting up people in places that all they're looking for is the next swimming pool and the next suit and the next flashy car to drive out, and put people on Parliament instead who are really interested in developing people. Don't put people who will sit down in Parliament and vote to alienate huge tracts of agricultural land, as they're planning to do up at Draxall, and sit down and say nothing, and then in grips saying, oh, we're trying to promote agriculture and food security. Bunch of hypocrites. And this country sits down and tolerate those kind of leaders and don't give them a failing grade and give them a passing grade and elect them back to Parliament again and do more nonsense. Wrong. And that is why our young people are so frustrated. Ladies and gentlemen, they say my time is up and I have to go. Right? Say my time is up and I have to go. But I want to say to you, take heart. Do not feel that the high prices has to be a fact of life. Do not feel high taxation and unfair taxation has to be a fact of life. Something can be done. You need, though, to elect representatives that will actually do something about it, rather than representatives who like to take nice pictures, look good for the camera, and keep on doing the nonsense because they're trying to drunken you. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you. I thank you. Support Dawn, because she's going to make a difference. Support all the St. Michael candidates for the Democratic Labour Party, because we have to make fundamental change. Thank you all very much and good night.
Barbados, let me deal with this one time. All this mess, all these lies, all these lies, who go confess rid of them? Fire! We sticking with Ralph to clean up this mess. Money gone.
Leadership needs to offer more than entertainment. We have to stand up for principles. We should not accept double standards among our leaders. That one in particular caught my attention because I remember not that long ago when some images began circulating on social media. The leader was quick to point out that it was inappropriate, called for prayer for our children, only to within a few hours go and do the very same thing. That old adage of do as I say but not as I do, that doesn't fly. And true that among many of our leaders, a bad example has indeed been set, and we have seen it over and over and over. In fact, I also remind persons, it was not just the very recent abuse of our children that we saw on stage at Checker Hall, St. Lucie, on the Barbados Labour Party platform, but on a platform not that far from here, at an event over a year ago, we had a 13-year-old girl on stage behaving inappropriately and taking directions from an adult male at an event hosted by the Barbados Labour Party as well. Barbados are reminders of what we have seen, what we have experienced. It has not been good principled leadership by example of what we would want our young people to emulate, to follow. That is not what we have seen at all. Barbados, the Democratic Labour Party, we offer to you a difference. We have stated, and this is the message that I can absolutely get behind, we have stated that we will be honest voices for the people. We have seen a Barbados Labour Party that boundaries and lines don't seem to matter. We have promised to be different, and as I said in my introductory remarks, the people of Barbados deserve better leadership. Hold your elected officials, BLP or DLP, hold our elected officials accountable. At this time, our next speaker, a young man, a lot of energy. Some would say grew up on the rough side of the tracks. But here he will stand before you tonight, a member of the Democratic Labour Party team that believes in putting Barbados first. Putting Barbados first. I repeat, putting Barbados first. He has promised to work very diligently, as he has been doing, on behalf of the constituents of the city. Please welcome our next speaker for the night, Comrade Dale Rowe.
Representing the city of Bridgetown, the one and only Dale H. Rowe. Results over words every time. Change we can believe in. Sell we out yet still asking for sympathy. But when you pick nothing I want for the community. We need a change, better life, better days. Always Dale that we working with straight out of the We voting for Dale. Yeah, we need a change now. And your ex could make that change now. We voting for Dale. Yeah, we need a change now. Times real great, so we really need a change round. So who we voting for? DLP. DLP, so who we voting for? Dale Rowe. Dale Rowe, who we voting for? DLP. DLP, so who we voting for? Dale Rowe. Dale, we voting for Dale.
St. Michael North, good evening. Good evening, Democratic Labour Party family. Good evening, KFL. Good evening, everyone. Tonight, I just want to endorse Dr. Montgomery Armstrong, a lovely lady, fantastic mother. Come on, peoples. And Montgomery joined elective politics because she genuinely cares about people. And with those qualities, I honestly believe from the bottom of my heart, she will be a very good representation, a very good representative. And then she would also be here for the people 24/7. February the 11th, I want everybody, please cast your votes for Dr. Montgomery Armstrong. Tonight, I just want to touch on a few things. I want to touch on this election. This upcoming election is about truth. It's about honesty, and it's about integrity. And it is also about facts. The led Barbados Labour Party administration by Mayor Motley. In the 2018 manifesto, they promised so many different things on the housing, road construction. They promised the removal of pit toilets. They promised so many different things in the 2018 manifesto. When we compare the 2018 manifesto to the 2026 manifesto, I want Barbadians to realize that when we're doing a performance appraisal, we have to appraise the party by the work they have done. I have not seen good representation from Barbados Labour Party. I have not seen the promises made in the 2018 manifesto completed. So this election is about truth. This election is about facts. And the facts remain. The crime went up. Cost of living went up. The roads have gotten worse. And it is a disappointment because we should not ask for better roads. We should not ask for a better healthcare system. We should not have to ask for certain things that a government need to make sure that their people have. St. Michael North, St. Michael West, St. Michael Central, all of the St. Michael constituencies. I urge everyone, go out in your numbers, cast your vote, and let your vote be about truth and integrity. Don't let your vote be about the $500 that people might promise you. Because when you divide that by 5 years, it's $100 a month. You divide that by 12 months, that is $8.33 per month. So don't sell your vote. Don't sell yourself short, because we should be looking at policies as opposed to personal gains. The policies, the best policies for the country, and the best policies to take our country forward. That is what governance should be about. Last year, 2025, Barbados, we recorded 50 murders. And we have 250,000 people living here. And Toronto have 7 million people and had 38 murders.
We are not hearing anything as it relates to the crime. We are not hearing anything as it relates to cost of living. And we are not hearing anything as it relates to the real issues that Barbadians face every single day. So, vote toMontgomery, vote Democratic Labour Party, and remember, do not be intimidated by the Mayor Motley administration people. Do not be intimidated. Do not be scared. Come and cast your vote. Your vote is about truth and honesty, and this country needs a change. This country needs light. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Representing the city of Bridgetown, the one and only Dale H. Rowe. Results over words every time. Change we can believe in. Sell we out yet still asking for sympathy, but when you peep nothing I want for the community. We need a change, better life, better days. Always deal that we working with straight out in the we voting for deal. Yeah, we need a change now, and your ex could make that change now. We voting for deal. Yeah, we need a change now. Times real great, so we really need a change round. So we voting for DLP. DLP. So who we voting for?
Thank you, Comrade Dale. Reminding us that many manifesto promises of the Barbados Labour Party 2018 campaign remain unkept. Barbados, they had even promised to build islands. You can't take care of the one that we're on, but you promised to build islands. They can't campaign on what they have done that has meaningfully helped persons. We know what the challenges are that are very significant: cost of living, crime, healthcare, high youth unemployment. So they have to campaign on promises. Our next speaker is an attorney at law whose background spans law, education, sport, youth development. His leadership is shaped by discipline, professionalism, and service. He understands that teamwork, preparation, and accountability are the foundation of national development. Ladies and gentlemen, Democratic Labour Party family, people of Barbados, welcome me in joining in bringing onto the stage a young man whom I have had the pleasure of working with on many occasions over the past year. Someone with a good heart and who will bring serious, credible representation to the people of St. Michael West. Comrade Damian Fannis.
This is a shout out to the wonderful people of St. Michael West.
Oh, yeah. Damien Fanus. Aye. Oh, Damien Fanus. Experience in action, not talk, not bluffs. Law, youth, leadership, built on trust. Yeah, discipline strong, integrity firm. Service over self, his only term. From classroom to courtroom, steady and true. Fanus brings change we could believe in too. Damien Fanus, Fanus with us. Stand up tall, justice and care for one and all. Fanus with us. Time to progress. Fanus with us, whoa. Fanus with us, whoa. Fanus with us, whoa. Fanus with us. You want better care for the community. Youth get chances, real opportunities. Clean leadership, accountable plans. Listening close to the everyday Barbadian, please. No neglect, no turning away. St. Michael West deserves better today. Fanus with us, yeah, it's true. Strong, prepared, qualified. Fanus with us, plain as day. Ready to serve, not here to gain. Fanus with us,
DLP family. And trust me, when I call you family, I mean it. The reason why
I try to greet each and every single person here tonight. And every night I step on this platform is because I'm very grateful to be here. I owe being here to my Father in heaven, and I always say, to God be the glory, great things he has done. Because you can only start with him first, and he will never put you last. In my address tonight, I want to bring you to the attention of something that my mother has told me and tried to inculcate in me when I was young. She always told me that a promise is a comfort to a fool. And this government thinks that the Barbadian people are fools. But you need to show them that you are brighter and you are smarter and you're more intelligent than empty promises. My comrade Rowe would have made mention of the manifestos. And I think we need to take a serious, hard look at the promises that a government makes and judge them from those manifestos. Because if you, as a government, can't even accomplish 10% of what you promised the Barbadian people, then you have failed, and it's time for you to go. Let's take, for instance, the 2018 manifesto. They would have mentioned that they would have reduced VAT to 15%. And 7 years later, that promise has not been fulfilled. It was a promise that was made to you to address the cost of living that is killing us in Barbados. And now that leader Thorne has said that he is going to do the exact same thing that they failed to do, all of a sudden now, how he can get it done. But he can't do that. But because you fail to do it doesn't mean that a DLP administration cannot get it done. We will get it done. Let's now go back to their 2022 manifesto. Furthermore, I'm not even going to focus too much on that because they've really not accomplished anything out of it, other than the fact that now they've cut their mandate short. Each and every single time it comes around that when they want to win an election, they cut their mandate short. To you, the Barbadian people. But I want you in particularly to look at this new manifesto. I want you to take special care and pay attention to what's in it. Because if you do your investigations, you will see that this manifesto is eerily similar to the Jamaican Labour Party's 2025 manifesto. It is not even their own creation. It is a copy and paste of what the JLP would have presented to their people, which means that they are lazy in their work and presenting their initiatives to you. That is practically similar to you copying somebody else's homework when you forgot to do it. Or you in an exam and you can't remember the question, the answer to question number 10. And you ease over and look at the person on the next desk and you to get the answers. Long and short, this is a copy and paste government. This is a lazy government. This is a government that has no ideas. They have no new initiatives. And all they just do is try to win elections. But I'm telling you now, DLP family, you are the reason why they are so scared right now. Because they see you mobilizing. They see you coming together. They see you putting faith in Ralph Thorne and the 29 other candidates like Dr. Montgomery Armstrong. Dr. Montgomery Armstrong worked hard to get where she is. And that doctor in front of her, she earned it. Don't big up yourself. You, St. Michael North, you have the best representative in her. And you should put her in Parliament because she's going to hold people accountable and she is full of integrity. So vote Montgomery. So this is my thing tonight, people. You know that when the Democratic Labour Party mobilizes, we win elections. It is time for you now to get up off of the seat. It's time for you to get up from in front of the television. It's time for you to get up from in front of the laptops. You need to get out and vote. You need to come and get behind the initiatives that we are putting forward to the Barbadian people. We are going to slash VAT by 2.5% to address this cost of living that is killing us. And how is it going to benefit the people? How we're going to get it done? Because if you give people more spending power, then they will be able to buy more. And the initiative isn't really about buying more, but it's about giving people more that they can eat and more they can put on their table for their children. This Barbados Labour Party does not understand that. And they will never understand that, because party and fetting is all that they do best. And when a Barbados Labour Party government can come and actually copy and paste another country's manifesto, another party's manifesto, I am not making this up. It is practically a copy and paste of the Trust Initiative, the Pension Initiative, and what is the other one? And the Tax Initiative. The very same initiatives. That is laziness, and you deserve better than that. You are smarter than that. How is it now that they're paving all the roads? How is it now that they're doing the things that they should have done 7 years ago or during their tenure? Nobody told them to cut their mandate short because they want to win elections. They should have done the people work. They had 5 years each and every single time they won an election. But be wary of people who can only come and show up for you now when they want something from you. You should be wary of people who can only come and show up and give you what you need, fix your roads, fix the lights, when they want to come back into power. That is not a government, that is a dictatorship. That is tyranny. That is pie in the sky. And we need to look past these pipe dreams that they're selling the Barbadian people. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. But what happens if a government comes and fools us for a third time? What do we call that? We need to vote this Barbados Labour Party out of government. We need to come and stand up for our children, because the amount of money that they're borrowing, you're not going to pay that back. Your children probably aren't going to pay that back either. Your great-grandchildren probably aren't going to be the ones stuck with that bill. But your great-great-great-grandchildren, and they weren't around to be held accountable for that. But at the end of the day, when they're born, that debt is going to be around their neck like a noose, strangling whatever little income that they have through taxation. And I want you to be very, 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 very wary of what is probably coming in the estimates. But I'm telling you, people, once you return the Democratic Labour Party to government, we will reveal all. We will shine a light into all of the... I have to be very careful on this platform because I don't want to receive a defamation letter, so you've got to really control yourself. But we will reveal all. We will show you what's been going on in the dark corners of this government, and we will do it by passing the integrity legislation. We will show you what has been going on with your money. The money that they took $225 million of to go and send off to other outside investors. Money that should have been invested back into you, back into your children, and back into the young people of this country. There are too many young people working on in my constituency in St. Michaelfor telling me, Mr. Fannis, I just want an opportunity. I just want a job. And you have to believe me when I tell you that when children, because young men at 18 and 19 aren't adults to me. When an 18 and a 19-year-old can come and tell you, sir, I just want a job, I just want an opportunity, then you know how bad it is. You know how bad it is getting. And I do not want to alarm you to the point that where you think that our country is sinking, because we can save our country if you come out and you vote for each and every single Democratic Labour Party candidate. Put your X behind their name and put your X behind the faith that they will do what is right for you, because we have heard you. We heard you in 2018. We heard you in 2022. And now we are together as a family, as a party, and we are ready to represent you, the people, not just one side, not just only the yellow half or the red half. Each and every single one of you, whether you voted or not, you deserve representation. Not somebody coming at one house and then skipping yours and moving to the next house because they know that that's a red supporter. Those days are done under this new Democratic Labour Party. We will represent you whether you want it or not, because that is the way it is supposed to be. Representatives are supposed to represent each and every single person in a constituency. We need to bring back integrity into politics. We need to remove the rose-tinted glasses and see people for who they are, and that is people that just want an opportunity to work, an opportunity to feed their children, and an opportunity to just self-actualize. I take great care in doing my research before I come to you as a person and as a representative. And I promise to you, as they say, we should not make promises because a promise is a comfort to a fool, but I can promise you and tell you that I will not take your vote and run. Dr. Montgomery Armstrong will not take your vote and run. Thorne will not take your vote and run. The rest of candidates that we present to you will not take your vote and run. You will see us in your constituencies. We will not disappear for 4 or 5 years and then come back in your face looking for a vote. Those days are done. And you will never have to go through it again. My name is Damian Fannis, and I love and I appreciate each and every single one of you. Thank you for coming out tonight. Take care.
This is a shout out to the wonderful people of St. Michaelfor.
Damian Fanus. Aye, aye.
Good night again. Thank you, Damien. Next representative for the constituency of St. Michael West, Damian Fanus. Currently, or for the last few years, that constituency didn't have a representative. You barely heard his voice. And in fact, I have to admit, didn't even know that he was in Parliament. He literally was the one name that I couldn't remember, and I thought I knew all of the politicians in Barbados, by name at least. Barbados, the Barbados Labour Party has failed to keep promises passed. As I said, because they can't campaign on promises kept and having addressed the issues that are of great concern to us as Barbadians, they're campaigning on promises akin to pie in the sky or like manna falling from heaven. They have failed to keep promises. They have failed to address that which matters most to Barbadians, seemingly more concerned about appearing pretty. We have seen debt rise, borrowing has gotten way out of control. Debt having come down just a little bit, is back up over $15 billion. And unlike the previous situation, the vast majority of our debt now is overseas owned as opposed to local. It has seen us being put in a position where, as a country, we have to do the bidding of those whom we owe, such as some of those features contained in the Samoa Agreement signed on the 15th of November 2023 by then Foreign Minister. It has seen us, Barbados, put in an extremely uncomfortable position where it is not Barbadians who are deciding what happens in Barbados, but it is persons who live in other lands, outside interests. I remember very clearly a statement from a Thorne speech, September 2020, when Parliament was unnecessarily prorogued. The world has spoken. And I remind us, Barbados, this is who we are being led by. The statement was, the world has spoken. And if Barbados is to be counted among the progressive nations of the world, there are certain things that Barbados has to be prepared to do. Now, how is it that so many years after independence, we are willing so easily to give our sovereignty up? We are now no longer the ones who are determining what's happening in Barbados because of what we have signed. So much borrowed. Just last year alone, could you believe that just last year alone, the Barbados Labour Party administration borrowed $2.5 billion. $2.5 billion. Now, they will say that signing an agreement doesn't mean you'll get the money at one time. Of course, we know that. But then when we look at what has been borrowed in previous years, almost $7.5 billion. You mean after 7 years and 8 months of borrowing, we can't see anything being done? All we have to show for it is promises? No, we know a lot of the borrowed money is being used to prop up foreign reserves. You don't borrow money to prop up reserves. So you borrow money for a given purpose, put it there to prop up the foreign reserves, because we know tourism receipts definitely are not the reason why the foreign reserves are where they're at. And then the various purposes for which we have borrowed the money remain unfulfilled. So the roads are a hot mess. You blame climate change for that. You had borrowed over the last 3 years alone $1.76 billion just to deal with climate change matters. Yet our roads are in a terrible state. Drainage is an issue, significant. So how is the money being spent? What is the money being spent on? I put it to us, Barbados, that the Barbados Labour Party are irresponsible with regards to money. And then no accountability at all. They behave as if it is their money that they are spending. We are the ones who pay the bill. Not Mayor Mortley nor the Barbados Labour Party. They pay a share of it, but when you consider their salary and the per diem that they get from frequent travel, they can afford to pay the share that they pay. Whereas the majority of us are not in such a position. What do we have to show for such significant amounts of money that have been borrowed? What do we have to show for it as the people here in Barbados? All we have now before us in their current manifesto is more promises. Give us more time. Give us a chance to finish what we've started. Give you a chance to finish, kill us with debt. We will not. Give us your chance to continue to disrespect us. You are spending our money, refusing to tell us what you have spent it on. Why can't you give account for CARIFESTA spending? I suspect it is as simple as they do not know how much they spent. Make pronouncements, do things, we'll figure it out later. Months later, we still don't have a clue what has been spent on CARIFESTA. And then, as Comrade Damien mentioned, very recently passed the bill, Economic Diversification and Growth Fund Bill, that would see them give at least $75 million. At least $75 million a year for the next 3 years, not to local companies, not to black-owned businesses in Barbados, but we are going to be paying wealthy overseas companies to come to Barbados. We are paying people to come here. And the laughable idea, said the PM, that every cent will be accounted for. Another promise. When you have not accounted for the cents at CARIFESTA, you have not accounted for the millions in the Hope Project, you have failed to give account. All you have given, all the Barbados Labour Party has given, free fat, food, and more promises. While they continue to give away that which belongs to us, while they continue to make us an afterthought as opposed to a priority, while they try to save the world, as life here has gotten increasingly difficult. You have persons who have to decide whether to pay a bill or buy medication or buy groceries. They have failed to address cost of living. Now, I know they don't understand the difficulties that people experience because they've been hiding from constituents. In fact, one of their candidates, an outgoing MP, recently said, "Parishland, I know that I have not been present with you very often, and I want to apologize for that. I know you haven't been seeing me. I want to apologize for that." You have a nerve. You need to be fired. And I remind us, Barbadians, that we go to the polls next Wednesday, February 11th, not to elect parrots who only repeat what their Lord Ruler says. We go to the polls to elect persons who will represent us, who will represent constituents as their first, second, third, fourth, and fifth priority. We do not need another parliament of parrots. Building up capacity, resilience, climate change. Same buzzwords. But what has that meant for us when we go to the supermarket? What does that mean for us when we have to be ducking bullets when we hear gunshots in our neighborhoods? What has that meant for us? Nothing. So this election, very critical in our history, as all elections should be, but this one in particular because we see Barbados on a precipice. It is going down into a dark place from which it will become very difficult to descend if we do not arrest it. This election is about representation, not about any one individual. Surrounded by MPs who are afraid to tell them the truth. Barbados, we deserve better. Cave Hill, you deserve better. You deserve someone who will speak for you on your behalf and who will not hide from you. As the current Barbados Labour Party outgoing MPs have done. They have clearly not prioritized you. I asked us, Cave Hill, when these various bills were being passed in the dark of the night, when these various deals were being done without our knowledge, where was your MP, Cave Hill? Where were your MPs, Barbados? Where were they when their leader thought that it was a good idea to give away land valued at 17 million by land tax, but from which you could easily have gotten at least 25 million? Where was their voice saying, look, let me get 25 million from the bank can afford to buy it, and let us put that 25 million in QEH? Where was their voice? Where was it? Where was their voice, their voices, when 225 million was signed off to be given to overseas companies? Taken from you to give to companies that are very wealthy. Where was the voices of the current representatives, the outgoing representatives from the Barbados Labour Party? Non-existent. I have said it before. They're more concerned about not offending their leader than they are about representing the constituents who voted for them. And when you are declared the winner, the duly elected representative, you represent all, not just those who voted for you. You represent those who voted for you and those who did not. Barbados, Cave Hill, this is what the Democratic Labour Party has promised. And as I have said, hold us accountable, as you should hold all elected officials accountable. Politicians indeed should be afraid of the power of the people at the ballot box. And next Wednesday, February 11th, a message will be sent to the Barbados Labour Party. The power of the people at the ballot box is greater than the power of people in the back with the money. We have seen decision after decision after decision that has not put our best interests at heart. We have been an afterthought. Could you imagine? I'm a medical doctor. It hurts me to talk about QEH. While our hospital is falling apart, our Prime Minister is trotting the globe, only decided to pretend that QEH mattered 48 hours before she intended to call the election. And did she announce anything meaningful? Oh no, we will put measures in place. More promises. You haven't fulfilled previous promises of any sort, and now more promises. Oh, we are going to put measures in place to deal with QEH. We are not fools. QEH has not been a priority. You will hear me speak more about QEH for sure, tonight as well as over the next few days. As we consider these various issues, and I'm going to say something now and repeat it at various points during the night. Call your friends, call your family members, speak with your neighbors, encourage everyone. This election is critical. It's about representation. We need to get persons out to vote. It is a pleasure to introduce our next speaker, a young man. He holds the title, I believe, of being our youngest candidate. He represents the discipline and the potential of the next generation. A little bit younger than me, reminds me of why I got involved in politics. It was not about me. It is about the future for our children. Skilled, trades professional, youth leader, and creative. He understands performance under pressure, accountability, and opportunity through hard work. Please welcome he who will defeat the outgoing Prime Minister in St. Michael Northeast. Comrade Jamal Sandiford. Give it up, Comrade Jamal Sandiford.
When my Jamal Sandiford. Hey, jump it. Hey, Jamal Sandiford, small youth from the rock. Sling in a hand, no crown pan him head, but he firm when he stand. Who on me trembling, nobody want try. But Jamal Sandiford, step forward, look Goliath in the eye. Take down the giant, take down the giant, take down the giant Sandiford. Little Jamal with the big heart, gone down on the front line with the slingshot ready to start. He looking and looking, but he can't see where the giant gone. Is a mystery, she gone MIA. Missing in action, ain't even show up for the fight. Sandiford gone through all the gaps, and the giant was nowhere inside. Wallace up playing overhead. The giant flying way somewhere again. Sandy gone long and take the giant crown and bring home the victory for the days, yeah. Jamal Sandiford, oh. Jamal Sandiford, oh. Jamal Sandiford, oh. Jamal Sandiford, Jamal Sandiford. From Bushall straight up to Green Hill, Graysets to Jackson's, we know the real. Jackman's Bibby's Lane voices being strong. Burns Village say Sandy carry on. Layers and the rails, them tired of wait. Whole constituency don't reach.
Good night, everybody. And the song that showed, my name is Jamal Sandiford, Democratic Labour Party's candidate for St. Michael Northeast. And yes, thank you, Montgomery, the youngest, the youngest within the Democratic Labour Party and within all of the parties. Now, a lot of people ask me, why did you decide to run against the Prime Minister? And my question in return is always this: why not? I have some questions tonight. Why would they use the term strong leadership in changing times? Because she makes that term so questionable. When we talk about leadership, my perception of leadership, the number one thing that comes to mind is presence. And she hardly has any within the country. Furthermore, her constituency, St. Michael Northeast. The song just stated clearly, I playing overhead, the giant flying way somewhere again. That song I'll play every week, boy. When she's left here, I wish don't know. If it was not for Comrade Thorne, leader of the Democratic Party, a lot of times you wouldn't know. Thank God and rest his soul that he crossed the floor. Thank God for this election. Because the time is here for strong leadership. The time is here for democratic views. And the time is here that we can retake this government and retake this country back on the right track. Now, one of the first things that comes to my mind, as I said earlier, when it comes to leadership is presence. And to lead, you have to know that there's something called a chain of command. When she leaves this country, how many times have we heard? How many times have we heard that she placed the authority into the deputy prime minister's hands? We don't hear it, but we see she partying on the yachts, on the expensive trips, making friends with some Africans, and I'm not going to call any names, but then you're going to look from twice so you can see African and Freemix Bank. Do your research and realize that this is a bankrupt bank that comes to our country and gets free land where people go to huddle up in houses. Does this sound like strong leadership? There we go. And that is why I say that she as well must go. Thank God for Ralph Thorne showing us who she had walking up the steps and going, "Hi, boss lady." Known criminals, public criminals, get paid $8,000 to stop crime. But I keep saying, if I were a criminal and you're paying me $8,000 to stop, why would I ever stop? You pay me to stop getting in trouble? Why would I stop getting in trouble? You are now a source of income and sustenance. So why would I ever stop paying criminals and calling it a peace program? Why did I become a criminal too? Who else want to become a criminal? Because of the sort of leadership the Barbados Labour Party has been doing. You know that a lot of Barbados Labour Party people have told me that they have lost faith within the government and within the party itself. People that shame to wave this banner over your head from before I born. I'm going to take this time and show you a little story, hurtful one. In Jackson, there's an older lady, 68 years of age, who was struck by a car 2 years ago. Now, what is hurtful is this. This lady ran up and down for Miss Motley. This lady lives within our constituency. This lady used to work in her office and all. And 2 years ago, she had an unfortunate circumstance where she was struck by a car purposefully. Now, the gentleman was found and is allegedly murdered by 3 individuals, but that is still up for debate. But what's not up for debate is the fact that she was behind this Barbados-led government for years. And when she got struck by this car, she finally saw who God she was serving. Motley could be on flights. Motley could be in the country. Motley could be in Parliament. And she has not visited her once since she was struck by this car. I want to see that this is how the Barbados-led government under Motley's administration is treating their people. I could go to the Gazettes and share another story where a lady who's also Muslim believes in BLP. And when she got her first stroke, not one of them visited she in the hospital. Not one. Notice it said first stroke, because she recovered. 3 days later, bugger down, not a stroke. Where was Motley then? Where was the BLP then? No assistance. This is how they treat their stalwarts. This is how they treat their people. Come on, Barbados. You give them another 4 years, Because they don't do 5. I mean, let's be real. The average working citizen in this country has to start working from 18 years old up to 68 now, because that's where they want to push it. We, our Democratic Labour Party, advocating to bringing down the retirement age, bringing down the age of pension. But I'm saying this, imagine they have to work so hard to go work all these years from 18 to 68, and the government gets in, and before 4 years, they say, because of the election. After deciding that our administration, the DLP administration, was too large in government, and they had to increase their cabinet, and also increase the amount of money that they receive in cabinet. But the average working citizen has to work so much harder, and they have the gall to call elections before 4 years reach. That is just another reason to vote them out. The Democratic Labour Party would never, and had it been the Democratic Labour Party, you would never hear the end of it. I'm going to take this moment to talk about our youth, because it appears that there's not enough being done for our youth under this current administration. Have you taken the time to notice how many deaths and who is dying and how they are dying? It is the young people. There was one couple months ago over here. It was young people. Now ask yourself, what are the 2 most major leading cases of crime? It is murder. The young people are murdering, and it's because of the environment. That is one of the causes and one of the triggers of crime, the environment. Because when you see that people have issues getting jobs, because the young people go to school. The young people actually go to second and tertiary education. And then you come out and you hear all kinds of things like, well, you're unqualified. In other cases, well, you don't got experience. Well, you can tell little Jeremy that went to school from 3 years old, went to secondary school at 11, left at 16, goes to BCC, Polytechnic, or UWI for 4 years to get a bachelor's. So he's 2021. That he doesn't have experience. What part he engaged from? You need to take about the infrastructure in which the youth have to endure. And that is why the Democratic Labour Party is deciding to do very, very good reform for the structures so that the youth can benefit. You know how much young people watch TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, what we call social media platforms? You know that people in Jamaica have the luxury of getting money from using those platforms, whether it be viewing, whether it be creating content. We in Barbados are not afforded that luxury because the system in which it's designed, Barbados is not on that program. So all of us, essentially, you know how many young TikTok comedians we have? How many young Instagram comedians we have? How many young social media influencers we have? Media influencers and all, and none of them can get paid through the payment system, through the platforms. And then you want to know people's do crime? All right. The Barbados Labour Party has done very little to help protect our youth. I'm pretty sure that you're aware that they sent letters to the houses, the households, showing the young people of Barbados how much their education costs. Barrow would never, this Democratic Labour Party would never. You know what also plagues our communities? The fact that we have such a strong money crisis, and they keep saying this. everywhere you go and want everybody to be aware. The problem is never really a high cost of living because everything in this country has a cost. The problem is that the money that you have cannot afford what you would like it to. So now it's a money crisis. When they can take the minimum wage and raise it by a measly 71 cents, how much more bus fares that is when the week come? Then you can hear them talk about the raising the income tax from $300 to $700. And at first glance, I must say, it would catch your attention. So you realize that these people tend to raise the gas, tend to raise the water, tend to raise the light, and you don't even know when it's coming. Just the other day, this government has offered the country something called a solidarity payment. In layman terms, a one-off payment. Layman terms. And then the very next week after the by-election, gas gone back through the roof. That is what we call a bait and switch. In other words, we put something in front of your face to catch your attention. So you like that. Then you come for it and we switch. And you get what you already got for you. So that's all they got to say. Be mindful of the promises that they call the income tax. When they promise $300 now goes to $700, it's only $400 that you get at the end of the year. $400 can cover your light bill. $400 cover your water bill. $400 cover your car payment. $400 covers the cost of transportation per year. I doubt it. And speaking of transportation, I want to make this painfully clear. The Democratic Labour Party would have never attempted to divest public transportation or the Public Transport Board. It is we, under our administration, that the country was afforded public transportation. And I want you to be very aware that this is not a random happenstance. This was planned long before. If you do your research and you go into the Barbados Labour Party's manifesto, you will see in 2018, they made a very clear statement that one thing they intend to do back in 2018 was to transform public transportation. We've seen that they've brought over here in 2025. Then they offer to divest public transportation. I want to now realize that this was a scheme in the making since 2018 to remove public transportation and turn it private. Does that sound like a government that cares about their people? This is a government that is willing to create transportation, make it private, and when it is private owned, the private practitioner can do anything they want with it. In other words, the bus man could wake up in the morning and say, look, I want $10 for bus fare though. And you have to pay if you want to get work. The Democratic Labour Party would never. So think about that when you think about their view of leadership in changing times. It clearly isn't strong to me. It is very dictatorial and fascist. Another issue I'd like to raise with you is the fact that every bill they have passed in Parliament, thank God to the people like Democratic Labour Party, thank God for people like Corey Greenwich, thank God for people like Comrade Thorne, for ripping up those bills and forcing them to be delayed because they bring every bill to the public very oppressively. They brought bills like the wireless communication interception bill. For those who are not aware, that is called wiretapping. I want you to be aware that the average person does not have the capacity to wiretap. So they're creating legislation, passing laws so that people can wiretap, who do you feel they want to wiretap? Why would they want to wiretap people? Because this government is afraid of how the country feels. That is why they called elections, when they see how much headway that the Democratic Labour Party was making, when they see how much headway that Comrade Thorne was making. Because you notice, he decided to expose how the big projects in Barbados affecting the small man and benefiting certain individuals. And quick, so, snap election. Snap election. You're trying to tell me you run this country, they call election, you got the manifesto, and you don't know opportunities for people? You know whether to offer them extra money? Well, that's only highway bravery for me. But I don't know when I go and tell me. I am grateful for Ralph Thorne crossing this floor, because since he has crossed this floor, we have had a great deal of transparency. Since he has crossed this floor, we notice the Democratic Labour Party has cleaned up and shaped up. Do not mind the psychophants coming out and talking about he destroyed the party. Since he came, ask yourself, who has left this party? I remember, I was still young, but I was still able to remember that the Barbados Labour Party cried down members like Chris Sinclair, calling him a political and professional thief. I remember how much the bad talk can bring down Michael Ashley, who was also claimed by them to be a professional thief. And both were embraced into the bosom, as Santi and Russia called it, into the Barbados Labour Party. Now tell me, if you know that you got criminals, why will you invite them into your party? Well, the only time you want people that do wrong things, wrong you, is when you want wrong things do for you. Food for thought. This is the party that currently plagues our country. This is the party that cannot get a grip on crime because they're in bed with the criminals, because they are paying the criminals. Do you want to be in a country where you know that criminals can be found by the police and they will get a phone call saying, stand down, let it go? That is the country that we are currently living in. The Democratic Labour Party is advocating for anti-gang legislation. So bear that in mind when you go down to the polls, February 11th. One thing I would like the public to be aware of is the amendment that they have passed for the police. And they have to beg at the police because they know that they risk their lives every day. And what I say do not want to get misconstrued in any way. But it's not fair to the public of Barbados to decide that you are going to say, with your policeman amendment bill in 2025, as of 2025, that if we are asked to aid the police at any given time and you refuse, you can be charged up to $10,000 for not putting your life in danger, for refusing to put your life in danger. These are the things that this Barbados Labour Party is doing. And the Democratic Labour Party would never attempt to put citizens in harm's way. So one more thing to note is that on February 11th, you need to come down to the polls. We need to get rid of the apathy. We need to make sure that the people have a chance. We are advocating to reduce the sewage and garbage tax, to make sure you have a little bit more money in your pocket. We are advocating to make sure that the rates for your electricity, your water, and whatever else utilities you have are not flat rates. They will not be based on your income. In other words, the middle class and the lower class, the commoner, had the chance at having more money in their pocket. All this and more will be released in our manifesto on Saturday in St. John. So, remember this. May you go to vote February 11th. Vote Democratic Labour Party. Vote Jamal Sandiford. Thank you. Have a good night.
Small youth from the rock, sling in a hand. No crown on him head, but he firm when he stand. Hold on me trembling, nobody want try. But Jamal Sandiford step forward. Look a lion in the eye. Take down the giant.
Jamal Sandiford, St. Michael, Northeast. Now, the Barbados Labour Party has said, give us a chance, give us a chance, give us a chance. And I'm wondering if they want us to give them a chance to continue to ignore the violence ravaging our country. Give them a chance to give away more of our land. Give them a chance to give away tax-free status to a wealthy bank, while every month for the last 7+ years, we have had to pay $46.50 on our water bill for a water and garbage tax. That works out to over $4,000. Over $4,000 over the last 7 years. While a bank that has billions is getting tax-free status. They're not putting anything into the treasury. Nothing. Are we going to give them a chance to continue to do things like this? We absolutely should not. Our next speaker, educator, youth community advocate, understands that strong societies are built from bottom up, not top down, which is the current approach that the Barbados Labour Party takes. They believe that you take care of the top and it will trickle down. How has that been working out for us? It has not been working out very well at all. He understands that strong societies are built through sustained investment in children, families, and safe learning environments. Our next speaker, teacher by profession, Comrade Nathaniel Boyce, our candidate for St. Michael South.
Buzz, buzz, buzz! Run! Bees on the loose! Here come the D's! Take the pencil! Let's choose! Oi, oi, oi! These marching in with nets so tight, pencil in hand, ready to fight. Bees go flying, chaos in the street, but the D's swing fast, they never miss a beat.
A pleasant good night to everyone. Greetings from St. Michael South. Now, I'm seeing a sea of yellow, and I just came from another meeting, and I must say that I'm liking the turnout of individuals. Keep encouraging other persons, family, friends to come out and hear the Democratic Labour Party. Come out and support the Democratic Labour Party. And come out and hear the truth. Correct. Correct. I mentioned just now, Dr. Wickham, he mentioned in terms of struggling. And I'm sure that everyone here within their household, since this government took office, we are finding it very hard, in some cases, the homes where you have even those single parents, where you go to the supermarket, you try to buy some bread, probably some butter, some snacks, you try to get a little fruit, and you can't get in all those things. Most you could probably buy some bread, some milk, probably some toilet paper, and that's it for your $100. Now, since this administration took power, you realize that we had a situation where we've been taxed. Dr. Wickham mentioned just now that switch tax, that some of we don't benefit from it, but we paying it. We paying it each month, and we're not benefiting from it. Now you have a situation where in these households, and I said to individuals, where you have, I'm a teacher by profession, you have children coming to school. Sometimes you're not knowing the situation that's happening at home. The children may come to school only about 3 days, and you're crawling with the parents saying, why you ain't sending school to the child? The child is missing work. But it's only when you question that child, the child says to you, the parent may not say it, but the child may say that my mommy didn't have enough money to send me to school today, bus fare. And sometimes that individual, and sometimes we don't really go deep inside those also. I mean, for myself, in this position, as a politician, and you go into personal space, and you see how they're living. You know, some people are not proud, but they're hoping that individuals like myself, when you come into power, that you come in to serve those individuals. You come in to serve them and do right by the people. Now, in those households where you have the roof maybe rusting, the house is falling to pieces, and they've reached out to their MPs, and nothing seems to happen. And especially those persons who are vulnerable in our society, those are the ones who are being left out. I'm happy to be here with, and I endorse Senator Waters and my comrade, Dr. Darmarine. I believe that when you go to the polls on the 11th of February and you elect them, they're going to do a wonderful job. I believe you're going to want them there probably maybe for the next 50 years, if they probably can't hold on that long. But you can see the work that they're putting in. But in these households, these persons are suffering. And I know person is saying, man, that might not be true, man. It's only those persons who can, but sometimes, and you go with us, and you see the situation, living situations, where you see some of these same persons who are in office, they're flying all about. I heard Jamal said it. They're flying all about. They're showing off the muscles, all sorts of things, the clothes, the cars. And you sometimes, I wonder if individuals in our society, they want to take a picture of those individuals. I don't understand how you, as a person living in this country, you are happy to take a picture beside those individuals. They're living a life of luxury. They're not performing as they should. They had 7 years. We can say 7 years of plenty and 7 years of famine. Where the 7 years of plenty, the money that was being borrowed, given, and you can't see it at all in your communities. The roads bad, the hospitals. I went in the hospital, a friend of mine, elderly gentleman, his brother was in hospital, and he said to me, Mr. Boyce, I want you to go down there. I was in that time, I was not in this capacity in person. I'm not like Ryan, Senator Waters, Dawn Marie. So I was able to go in and see certain things for myself before all the excitement, the person. This is true. I saw individuals on the ground on stretchers because it seems there were not enough space. And as we go forward, we realize that our healthcare system is failing. It is failing where not just for us as a people, but for the future as well. Now, we have a situation where I said to you, the same families, they're struggling, and those families, the bus fare, where we have, and persons have read it, that they're more than likely the transport board is going to be sold. And when the transport board is privatized, if it does happen, you know that $350 is going to increase. And an increase in that means in your pockets, where that wage you're getting weekly, maybe $200 or $250, that you're trying to stretch, buy the groceries, pay for some medication, try to have a normal life, it's going to be even more problems. You have a situation where if you are a person who needs some medical attention at the hospital, having to go and buy medication, even something as simple as getting maybe some drops or so. I think of something, I was by someone's house and they said to me that they have to I think it's $10 they have to pay now for the delivery of, even if it's just a little small little box. And at the polyclinic, I think you may have to go there and it's done separately. Why not? You can't merge it to where you pay just one cost, especially for those persons who are at the vulnerable stage, at the bottom of when it comes to income. Now, the same hospital where you have about 3 theaters probably working, maybe 2. You have a situation where you have 2 ministers. You would have chastised the last administration for having about 16, 70 ministers, that it was too big. It's right, it's on YouTube, on record, it's too big. Yet still you have about 29 ministers. You have 2 in the Ministry of Health, and one already has the experience, and you're wondering why can't they get that act together. But then recently, before the elections were called, we have 3 ministers now, where that individual decided to insert themselves and create that image that they're going to be doing all these different things. Mind you, 7 years have passed, and we still having problems, all these challenges at the hospital. And obviously, you know, if the hospital itself is sick and having these challenges, imagine what's going to happen in the future. My take on it is that going forward, I believe this RDLP administration, we need a new hospital, a new modern hospital. It will help create jobs, also equipment, modern equipment for us. Now, I'll touch a little bit on education. That is, I don't want to go too deep in that. You know, I'm still working. And we have a lot of problems in education, and we're wondering why our youth are having the challenges that they do. We have obviously students who are coming in from a small age, and they have some challenges between being autistic and, you know, having other ailments. And obviously they're trying to, nothing is wrong with trying to incorporate and have them into a normal school setting, but sometimes everybody can't function in that setting. And you have children who sometimes have been diagnosed or have not been diagnosed. Me saying have not been diagnosed, and they come up through the system. Somebody was supposed to come from sensing reception. The child gone on to secondary school, might be going into 5th form, and now somebody reaching out to them to have them access. You have situations whereby teachers, and I hope that you don't always give teachers the lash. Some may need little lashes, but a lot of them, they're working hard, fighting and trying their best. Sometimes we're not getting the assistance as we should from the ministry. The policies that they have implemented are failing. They talk about transformation. We still haven't seen it. They've wanted to push away 11 plus. I want to get into that part right now, but they want to push away the 11 plus. And we know that person like myself and other person before would have benefit from 11 plus, especially when we had individuals who came from very humble beginnings, and they were able to make a life for themselves today. They went on to secondary school. Some have done very well for themselves. We had a situation where I had an IDB survey that was given to your children without your consent, and I mean, a person should have kicked up dust. I mean, we had other individuals from higher society that would have made some noise, but everybody should be, they want to get into your children's head, want to put things in their head, ask them about their sexuality and all that, which was wrong. There's certain things that obviously that discussion involves at home, around the parents, and let them deal with that. They're the persons who will make certain decisions or go to where they need to go to deal with whatever. You had a situation where at Springer School, those children, and I'm telling you, I had one of the friends teaching the children were really scared about what happened. Now, I remember, I think Dr. Espick, he mentioned something that was at his meeting in races. And I believe he'll speak a little bit more about that at some point in time, what this government intends and they have for our children. You have a situation where the same government, they want to send you an invoice for what? Me and you know that we got to spend our pockets, got to go and buy some school clothes, shoes, books, those things that we know the children need. You want to send us a voice to tell us what? That you're going to, more than likely in the future, you're going to probably charge us something. And we're about hard for us to have a free education. Free education. We have a situation where now you are saying you're going to give us the same voice. Obviously, it's telling me, and it should tell you, that at some point in time, these individuals plan to make us pay something. And who always is going to find himself in problems is the person at the bottom. Where they can find the money from. They're struggling already. Housing in my constituency, and I'm sure Senator Waters and Dr. Montgomery, you come across, I mean, it's right there. You have Minister of Crime and Minister of Health Affairs and Social Welfare and those things, and you have situations, even if I will speak to my constituency a little bit, where you can go to the house and you can see the body want a roof. I know some persons are trained, they might go to the bank and try to say they want to get some money, but they can't get the money. And I believe that's where individuals like myself, the government comes in and say to you, we can help fix the roof for you. Even if you pay a little something towards it, maybe a little $100 each month. You understand? We foot the bill, we fix it for you, and you pay a little something each month. That can work. The houses need some work. And you have a situation where these MPs, they have disappeared. Even now, you see them sending out, there are about 100 people on the road in twos and threes. They're not coming around, or if they do come around, they're going to certain spots. And they're sending out, and they're begging now for your vote. Begging. With some experience going forward to take this country forward. We have a vision. Ralph will articulate the policies also going forward. He said some things already in terms for the pensioners, not to tax the pensioners, which I believe is fair enough. He worked so hard, and he's getting a little, maybe a little $250 when the week come, and it getting taxed. The water bill, you're trying to pay that too. And the house that you live in, you're probably trying to do a little repairs to it as well. He mentioned also the VAT, dropping VAT back to 15%. Then I heard on TV, trying to see how best now they can sound good in the public, that they're going to increase pension. And I can say to you, I remember when the public service persons like myself, and I remember some friends, they heard that we're going to get an increase. And then another minister came on TV and put us in a different tax bracket. So you get in one hand, and then the next was taken from you. I'm appealing to you, don't be fooled. They're going to come with a lot of promises, and you've seen the promises 7 years. 7 years, the LP was nowhere. The king said the LP had anything to do anything, stop them, whatever. They had full range passing policies that then sometimes they had to go back to the drawing board. The 10th law that made no sense where you got persons on the night time, especially young women, mothers, and in some countries, basically, they use it because you can't look inside the car, especially somebody falling, they know who in the car, and you're saying that tent is the cause of crime. I heard Jamal mention too, you have individuals that pain persons, and you know that never goes well. It never goes well. And I believe persons here tonight and others that are probably listening, they understand the task at hand going forward on the 11th of February. Some people are very quiet, even in my constituency, it's quiet. I mean, people will talk to you quietly, you know, on the side, but it's quiet. Persons already made up their mind what they need to do. This is the time for you to do what you have to do. This might be the only chance that you may have going forward. The only chance to do what you need to do. The party is united. We are going forward with Ralph Thorne. We are going to, on that 11th February, when it's announced that Ralph Thorne is the new Prime Minister of Barbados, we going forward, we're looking to make sure once again, we are a party of the people. We made some mistakes, yes, and I will stay and apologize for those mistakes, for those persons we passed if we have to, okay? But we've passed that. give us a chance. Give each candidate a chance to get in there. We're young, vibrant, we're willing, we're ready. We're out there still doing what we have to do. Some of us working in. I worked up to about 11 o'clock the other night. I never realized the time was getting away, but as long as somebody outside waiting for you to see you, you know to hear that you're in the community, and by the door waiting to see if you can come and say hello, you know, and we out there working. We want to hear you. The truth is that some of us have been out there for a while, and we're not able to go. It's up to the day. I went by some homes, and people are at work, and then they can tell me, you know, Mr. Boyce, I haven't seen you, but I hear about you. And I said, but you know, I came, but it wasn't there. And if I left my fly, you know, you can call me too, and I can come. That's the say. I ain't going up there and I walk 50 people to tell you that to vote for me. I come in myself and I can ask for your support. I'm going to tell you what I'm looking to do. The same way how Senator Walters, Dr. Montgomery, they're going to tell you what they're going to do for their communities. All right? So, on the 11th of February, I want you to come out in your numbers. If you're going to come early, come early. Come out in your numbers and support the Democratic Labour Party. Thank you. Have a good night.
DLP, putting people first, putting Barbados first. This is the DLP way of governing. Higher standards.
Putting people first, put in Barbados first. This is the DLP's way of government. You absolutely cannot, with a straight face, say that the Barbados Labour Party has been putting Barbados first. We can't do it. We have been an afterthought. You know, Nathaniel, his presence here reminded me with regards to their campaign of promises, because remember, they can't have a campaign of record. So it's a campaign of promises. They promise to finally obey a court order. The court ordered them to reinstate teachers' term leave ever since. And now with an election upon us, every teacher in Barbados hear my voice. Now with an election upon us, they promise to do what the court told them to do years ago. They're lawless. Because that's what you call it when you do not obey our laws. Just like in 2022, you called an unnecessary election because there was more than enough time, 16 months. You called an unnecessary election and deliberately prevented over 6,000 persons from voting. As much as 8,000, but at least 6,000 persons were prevented from voting. That is lawlessness. Are we going to give the Barbados Labour Party more opportunity to do things like this? Are we going to give them more opportunity to pay confessed shooters? We will not. Come next Wednesday, February 11th, we are voting Democratic Labour Party candidates, and as I keep saying, we will hold them and anyone elected in Barbados accountable. Our next speaker, pharmacist, manager, our spokesperson on environmental affairs, hailing from the constituency of St. James Central. Give it up for Comrade Paul Gibson.
Seats are moving. Seats are moving. One DLP. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. One DLP. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. Yellow is the code. Determination the mode. Young guns rise up. We carry in below. Future in we hands. Barbados we see. Seats and moving. Jump on the DLP. Seats and moving. Yeah, we push the bus. One DLP. Moving on with us. Together as one.
Good night, Montgomery. Good night, brethren and sistren. Good night, comrades. Good night, Barbados. Tonight, I'm so excited to be here to represent the members of the St. Michael constituency and to support Dr. Montgomery Armstrong, Ryan Walters, and all of the significant members of the St. Michael branch. You know why we are here? We are not here to waste your time. We're not here to waste our time. But what we are here to do tonight is to send a message to you, to let you know that the Democratic Labour Party is on its way to government and that we will be transforming Barbados on your behalf. And how are we going to do that? We have identified significant policies through the various thought leaders in this country and from among our people as Democratic Labour Party thought leaders. We believe that within the Democratic Labour Party and without the Democratic Labour Party, there are persons that have solutions that would put Barbados in a much better place. For example, we know that a couple of weeks ago, right here on this playing field, there were gunshots fired. There was death. There was injury. And many of you became sometimes afraid and concerned. But what we as the Democratic Labour Party saw that as, it is a failing of the Barbados Labour Party in the way that they have been governing this country. They have allowed people to find other means other than normal, standard, day-to-day work. They have allowed people to find ways for earning money that is not always kosher or legal. And as a result of that, people, men that are trying to feed their families, men that are trying to feed their families are having challenges. The system is not creating opportunities for them. Are you understanding what I'm saying? What we're saying is that even though this Barbados Labour Party talks about all of the 32 weeks of coverage and all of the money that was borrowed, after borrowing all of that money, people are still going to bed hungry tonight. Even though they have all of this money they borrowed, people are still without jobs. My brothers and sisters and comrades, it's real. It's a real thing. And we, as the Democratic Labour Party, see it as real. And we understand what the plight of the people in Montgomery is. We understand your plight. We understand how it is for people across the length and breadth of this country to go to bed hungry at night. We understand. We understand that you have to juggle bills, the light bill, the water bill, or the rent bill, in a way that you have never had to do before. We understand as the Democratic Labour Party, we understand. And so because of that, we have selected a candidate that we believe was best understand the needs of Montgomery. Not the one they have now, because he is like Snuffleupagus. You know who Snuffleupagus was? He was Big Bird's imaginary friend. Mr. Ishmael is like a Snuffleupagus. He's imaginary. He's hardly around. And the reason that we have presented our candidate, Montgomery Armstrong, she will be present. She will devise and create campaigns for young people to do well. She will create sports programs in this community because of her speciality and cause young men to find purpose in their skill and their minds and understand and develop themselves to the best of their ability. I use the word Snuffleupagus because when I was a child, Big Bird was always looking for Snuffleupagus. Sorry, Big Bird was Snuffleupagus' imaginary friend.
and nobody ever saw them. And that's the comparison. Ladies and gentlemen, as of tomorrow, the minister in this community will be opening a clinic in St. James, a clinic that has been closed for many years in my constituency. And they're opening the clinic less than 72 hours before an election. The same thing happened at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, where for many years, everybody was complaining of the poor service. And they hired 2 ministers, Mr. Snuffleupagus being one of them. And the impact that he has been imaginary. Nobody can see what he's doing. So much so that 48 hours before an election was called, the Prime Minister visited the QEH for 5 hours. And in that place, she came down very hard on the nursing staff. She came down very hard on the doctors. She came down very hard on the entire system. You know what a Democratic Labour Party government would have done in a situation where we had a problem like that? Let me show you the difference, them and us. We would have asked the medical records department staff, and we would have ascertained from them the issues that they are facing that are causing healthcare to be in its current state. You don't go in there and rip the people to shreds without understanding. Now, medical and the medical space is a very complex space. It is not business as usual. One of the things is the Queen Elizabeth Hospital is short by over 300 nurses. 300 nurses. It means that 2 nurses with a shift of 24 people have to write care plans, have to do bed baths, have to give medication, have to call the doctor about emergencies happen. And if anybody needs CPR, they are the same ones that are jumping into the chest and pumping them back to life. 2 people, 24 patients. It is not proportionate. It is out of proportion. And if the Prime Minister understood that, as opposed to castigating and hammering the nurses as young people and are now old, are left to lie in a corridor at QEH, that is called disconnected. That is called carelessness. That is called not caring. And I want to tell the people of Montgomery, the Democratic Labour Party has a plan to lift the standards of healthcare in Barbados, to lift the standards of the environment and give you better beach access, and to make sure that your family is healthy. The Democratic Labour Party will find the resources to put the healthcare system back to the place where it was before we left office. It was never like this. We have plans to develop pharmaceuticals in Barbados and create a new industry. The plans have been submitted, but the Barbados Labour Party does not know what to do. It's so unfortunate. I want to say, ladies and gentlemen, your candidate, Dawn Marie Armstrong, your candidate, Ryan Walters, James Paul, we are asking you on February 11th to come out and to vote for them as your next MP in the House of Parliament. We are believing that they are the right ones to carry Barbados forward without question, we are excited that you are excited about them and that you will give them your vote. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. God bless you. God bless Barbados. Democratic Labour Party is here. BIM first. God bless. Good night.
DLP, putting people first, putting Barbados first. This is the DLP way of governing. Higher standards, open hands.
This is the DLP's way of government, putting Barbados first. Our next speaker, representative, candidate for the constituency of St. Michael Central, one of our senators in the recently ended parliament, Andre Worrell, who will be the next duly elected representative for the constituency of St. Michael Central.
Sit and moving, one DLP. Sit and moving, sit and moving, sit and moving, sit and moving, one DLP. Sit and moving, sit and moving. Yellow is the code, determination the mode. Young thems rise up, we carry in the load. Future in we hands, Barbados we see.
Good night to the people of St. Michael North. Good night to the dear loving people of the Democratic Labour Party. It is my pleasure to speak here tonight on Montgomery Pasture in the constituency of St. Michael North on the platform of the Democratic Labour Party. Now tonight, every single Barbadian has some serious decisions to make. But you know what? The choice is very clear for you. If you examine the situation that this country has been going through over the last 7 to 8 years. Now, you gave the Barbados Labour Party 2 terms, and under those 2 terms, they allowed us to suck pot salt. But I want to say to you that the plan, if you allow them to get a 3rd term, is for you to suck Epsom salts. And I hope you understand what Epsom salts does to your body and what it does to you. Say it in another way with an S. And I am asking you tonight, do not allow the Barbados Labour Party to put you through a situation where you have to suck Epsom salt. For 7 years, they had the opportunities to make wrong things right in Barbados, and they did not do it. Still today, we are complaining about the high cost of living. You can't go in the supermarket with a $100 bill and expect to come out with food to feed you on a Sunday, give you breakfast on a Monday morning, Tuesday morning, and a Wednesday morning. You don't get out of the supermarket with 2 bags if you're lucky. And the Barbados Labour Party has done nothing about that. But I want to say to you tonight, you have an opportunity on the 11th of February when you go to the polls to vote against that and vote for the Democratic Labour Party. Vote for Montgomery Armstrong in St. Michael North and vote for Andre Worrell in St. Michael Sandiford in St. Michael Northeast, Ryan Walters in St. Michael Northwest, and all across Barbados. I want you of waking up on the 11th of February and thinking yellow, with yellow on your mind. Yellow, a color of healing. Yellow, a color of purpose. Yellow, a color of friendship. Yellow, a color that this country needs right now. And go to the polls in your numbers on the 11th of February and vote for the Democratic Labour Party all across Barbados. Take your children, take your grandchildren, and take your aunts and your uncle. Make it a family movement, because we need in this country to put Barbados first, put the people of Barbados first, and we need to rescue and heal this country. For more than 7 years, we have been crying out about the crime situation in this country, and the Barbados Labour Party has done nothing to help you. But yet our young people are dying in the streets. Their blood running in the street, and the Barbados Labour Party has done nothing to help this country. And this country, in opposition, this party came out with this country. In opposition, this party came out with a plan to deal with the crime situation. We are in opposition, the Barbados Labour Party and government, and they could not even audition the Barbados Labour Party and government, and they could not even get their committee to meet. But we got our commission on crime to meet and produce an excellent report outlining all of the areas which are necessary to deal with crime. You need to empower the police, and you need to allow them to do their job without having to worry about interference by any politician, even the Prime Minister. That is what the Democratic Labour Party stands for. You need to provide job and training opportunities to cut off that opportunity to the young people of Barbados. But I want to say to you that the Democratic Labour Party recognizes the importance of giving training and opportunities to our youth. And we will make sure that we rescue the people of this country. Now, in St. Michael North, the choice to be easy for elect Dr. Dawn Marie Armstrong. You have an MP who sat as the junior minister of health, the silent junior minister of health, who only comes to the people of Barbados to give a message on a day that is recognized for health care, but could not do anything to deal with the woeful and depressing situation at the hospital and throughout the healthcare sector in this country. When Barbadians were dying in accident and emergency, and having to wait there for days before they could access service, you heard nothing. You heard nothing from Ishmael. And I am being told that you don't see him in St. Michael North either. But I'm certain that Dr. Dawn Marie Armstrong will be a representative that will work for the people of St. Michael North and also work for the people of Barbados. She is qualified in sports psychology, and I'm certain, and as a former women wrestling cricketer, female cricketer, that she will also give of her talent and her training to development of sports as an industry in Barbados. And when you put her in the House of Assembly as your representative, you will hear from Dr. Dawn Marie Armstrong, not like the current MP that you have, who the senior minister did not allow to touch a file, who the senior minister may sit in the back row when they had a press conference, who the government of Barbados disrespected. They had to move him from his previous ministry because he could not even get Barbados to apply for an ID card without problems. Totally incompetent. But you have someone of competence in Dr. Dawn Marie Armstrong, and it is time that you vote for a political party with competence in the Democratic Labour Party. Now, for all of you young people especially, and those of you who are saying that you are not going to vote on the 11th, you will suffer the most in this country. It is important for you to get up on the 11th of February and go to the polls and exercise your right to vote. This Barbados Labour Party government, they want you to work, but they don't want to pay NAS for you. They want you to work and employ you on short-term contracts, week on, week off. And it is only now that the election is called in 2026 that they recognize that they could have done better for the people of Barbados. But the Democratic Labour Party will always treat you with dignity and respect. And if you hate the way how the Barbados Labour Party has treated you over the last 7 years, do not blame the politicians from the Democratic Labour Party who are coming to your door asking you for an opportunity to represent them. You need to hold it against the Barbados Labour Party and go to the polls and vote against them. When you place your X next to the name of a Democratic Labour Party candidate like Andre Worrell in St. Michael Central, Dr. Montgomery Armstrong in St. Michael North, you are saying to the Barbados Labour Party that you are rejecting their policies. You are rejecting the way that they have treated you over the last 7 to 8 years, that you want to be treated with dignity and respect, and you want to feel like a citizen in your own country. And I want you to know that if you don't go to the polls and vote, there are a number of persons waiting to go, and they're not born here, Barbados. And they are the persons who will get the jobs. They are the persons who will get the housing. And that is what the Barbados Labour Party is doing to you. So when they come to you on the night before the 11th with a shirt wrapped up, with money wrapped in it, or they come to bring you a TV, a microwave, or air conditioning unit, take it as an exit package from them, because you are divorcing yourself from the Barbados Labour Party. That is your first alimony payment. And when you go to the polls on the 11th of February, you will vote for the Democratic Labour Party. You will vote for change. You will vote for a party that is willing to listen to you and to work for you. This country needs transparency and accountability in the House of Assembly. You have legislation being passed in the dead of the night that you don't know about. You have a government that is willing to give land worth millions of dollars free of cost to a multi-billion-dollar African bank, but they cannot find land to give you to build a house. They cannot find money to invest in housing solutions for you, the people of Barbados. They cannot find money to invest in the hospital and our schools so that our children wouldn't have to be going to school in environments where there are environmental problems and the schools are closing down week after week. You need to vote against those things. You need to vote for the Democratic Labour Party. It is time. Vote for your future. Vote for your children and take this country forward. We are not about dictatorship. We are not about despots, and all these things about strong leadership has totally failed this country. The Democratic Labour Party has a plan for this country. Reducing the VAT, reducing the sewage tax. All of those things will help to deal with the cost of living. So the message is clear for you tonight. You have a choice to make on the 11th of February. When you go to the polls, vote for the Democratic Labour Party. Wake up in the morning with yellow on your mind and go to the polls and vote for the Democratic Labour Party. Vote for Dr. Montgomery Armstrong in St. Michael North, Andre Worrell in St. Michael Central, and all across Barbados, vote for the Democratic Labour Party candidates and bring about change and healing to this country. Get up in the morning, go to the polls and vote. Don't wait till the evening to say again, come home and vote, because the traffic in this country is so horrible, you may not make it home in time. The polls are open from 6 to 6. Make sure that you get there before 6 o'clock and cast your X. Go early in the morning and let this country have healing and a celebration on the 12th of February, because you did your duty, you did your part, and support the Democratic Labour Party, and we will represent you and work with you and take this country forward. I thank you.
We ready! We ready! Yellow is the code. We ready! Put BIM first and vote for DLP. Vote for DLP. Vote for DLP. All 30 candidates ready on the count. Behind God we stand, covering the north, east, west, and south. Times did hard, but we're strong inside. Through storms and pressure, we still together. We're united, we care, and we are here to stay.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment is here. The moment is here. Our next speaker is sport and exercise psychologist, former national cricketer, youth development advocate whose work bridges performance, education, and well-being. She very much understands community challenges, youth pressures, and national direction, not in theory, but in practice. Without any further ado, I bring to you at the moment your candidate here in St. Michael North and the next representative, someone who will finally bring representation to this constituency, Dr. Dawn Marie Armstrong.
Your time. Yeah, you can't go wrong with Armstrong. No, when I can't go wrong with Armstrong. No, come, but take a vote now. When I can't go wrong with Armstrong. You can vote, Dawn Marie, yeah, yeah. But yeah, say you want you vote, Dawn Marie, yeah. Come, move, come, don't stick. Vote, Dawn Marie. She's the truth, look. Vote, Dawn Marie. See the box, but think that you guys put the clock. Look, tick tock, tick tock. Flip your wrist, check the watch. Look, tick tock, tick tock. She said, oh, this crime gonna stop. Look, tick tock, tick tock. Clean the board because off the block. Look, tick tock, tick tock. Here we Armstrong done got the vision. Employing the yokes is the mission. Make the play sports, keep them out the court. Parents, that's the new proposition. Come when I can't go wrong with Armstrong. When I want back, or when I can't go wrong with Armstrong. But in your vote, look, everything's set. I want when I vote.
Good night, St. Michael North. And these two ladies insist. Believe it or not, I am a very shy person. So when everybody says, come let me get the placards and come let me do this and come let me do that, it's like, you know what? The people's business isn't about fanfare. The people's business is not about fanfare, but Nadine is right. The Democratic Labour Party needs to win this seat. And you know, I've been thinking, and I've been the talk of the town now since the bell has been rung. And it would be remiss of me at this time not to thank the Barbados Labour Party for once again making me known across this country. I often think people have to advertise by different means. You open your phone, you pop up, vote BLP, vote BLP. And at every turn, the candidates of the Barbados Labour Party has not made your issues their concern, but they have made me their concern. But I want them to know that there are as many people for me as they believe are against me. And the people of St. Michael North know that my cause is just. The people of St. Michael North know what they need at this point in time. And the people of St. Michael North know what I intend to give. And the reality of the situation is that we have a government with a record to defend. And I am tired of saying this. The Democratic Labour Party does not have a record to defend. 2008 to 2018 is gone. The Barbados Labour Party has taken some of our candidates from that decade, because we can no longer call it lost, they've been found in Robert Street. They have taken those persons, believing that they rebranded them, taken them into the bosom of their party, and all of a sudden they think that they have gained something and we have lost. But I say to you tonight, the Democratic Labour Party has gained much since you took our baggage. I repeat, the Democratic Labour Party has gained much since you took our baggage. And it is interesting to me because everyone is into this comparison. Oh, look, the meeting's this and this meeting this. And, you know, in 2008, they did it to us. Oh, look at the Dems meeting, the people stopping home. Oh, look at the Labour Party meetings. And I am telling you, even now with a government that has a record to defend, the fact that the public is not interested in listening to this Labour Party government speaks volumes. It speaks volumes. Cave Hill has been neglected. Bell Gap has been neglected. Lodge Hill, Eden Lodge, Hines Hill, St. Stephen's Hill, Grisette's, all neglected by the Barbados Labour Party. And the only thing you can do is bring someone to get on a platform to speak about me, rather than to speak about the issues of people in this constituency. All know this Cave Hill, Montgomery Cave Hill, and we will outline the plans here for you. I have the time to speak. Needs refencing. Every community center in this constituency needs upgrading, and the Democratic Labour Party will commit to it. And I have stated that the Democratic Labour Party will give 24-hour access to community centers across this country, not just in St. Michael North. And even as I speak to Montgomery, and we have raised this issue in the by-election in St. James North, National Sports Council staff do not know where their future lies with this Barbados Labour Party government. Up to now, the National Sports Council is said to be dissolved or in the process of dissolution. And there are workers in this constituency, in this country, that do not know if after February 11th, with the Barbados Labour Party that is, whether or not there will be jobs available for them. The Barbados Labour Party brought a manifesto, and here's the interesting thing. 80 million a month in sewage tax unaccounted for. But a manifesto comes promising money and grandeur. Can you please tell me where that money is coming from? So we don't know where money is coming from. Well, we know it's coming from taxation. We don't know where it is being kept, because I have urged persons to go into the budgetary proposals of 2025, and you do not see where the sewage tax has been allocated. But all of a sudden, you have a manifesto promising increases in your tax return. Your 1,300 going up to 17, but there are people in St. Michael North that has not had their 1,300 now going on 3 years. 3 years, your return tax credit has not been deposited into your accounts. And the government will come to you now to promise you 17. Well, if you can't pay the 13, how are you going to pay 17? And if a minister could get on a platform and be so careless about government owing business people and creatives money in this country, and even insisting that you go for a loan, and then the government takes its time to pay this loan, and because of the interest on this loan, you will get less money than you owe. Is that a government that you can trust with your money? The Barbados Labour Party government, I dare say, cannot be trusted. A government that has spent 2 weeks lambasting the leader of a party that brought the much-needed transparency to the political process. A government that has spent the last 2 weeks making fun of the candidates of this Democratic Labour Party. For what reason, I do not know. Because at this point in time, the system in this country does not indicate that your member of parliament has been working. If your member of parliament was working, your member of parliament would know that at this point in time, there are latent issues in this constituency. I personally went to get some lights turned on around this same Montgomery Pasture. And you know what was said to me? You need a letter from your member of parliament to get these lights switched on. Imagine I am seeking to unseat your member of parliament. And I need a letter from your member of parliament to get lights turned on for you. And people talk about 30 love. Because the Barbados Labour Party is bent on winning elections to keep you struggling. Bent on winning elections to keep you poor. Bent on winning elections to make your children suffer. And we have 30 candidates across this country willing and ready to work. And your government was so sabotage candidates so that your member of parliament would have the opportunity to turn on a light. Imagine your member of parliament needing to know that Montgomery Armstrong wants to turn on a light in your constituency, so now he has to turn it on. Imagine that. Across this constituency, people are going to work hungry. Children particularly are going to work hungry. And when you get the opportunity to read my mini manifesto, you will see the first thing on my list of things to do is feed the children within this constituency, and the Democratic Labour Party will be feeding children across this country. Not because we believe in charity, but we understand that the free education that this Democratic Labour Party brought ensure that communities like Cave Hill, communities like Eden Lodge, communities like Grisette's had children raised to study, to work, to earn, to build themselves, to build this country. There would be no social mobility in this country without the free education of the Democratic Labour Party. And right now, our children, and I say our children are suffering because they are unable to focus in schools on mornings, because their parents are having a hard time putting food on the table. St. Michael North Branch of the Democratic Labour Party will ensure that there is a mobile breakfast program across this constituency. After February 11th, within the first 6 months, I can commit to having sprinters outfitted, if not mobilizing persons with food trucks in the constituency, and undertaking an in-depth needs assessment across the constituency through our canvassing that will continue for the first 12 months to ensure that children across this constituency are fed so that they are ready to learn and so that they are ready to take hold of their future. Simple things. Simple things. We brag about 99% literacy in this country. But we know that every year, children are failing the common entrance exam, not because of the failure of teachers. The education system is overburdened. The educational transformation that the Labour Party speaks of is on paper. There is no real educational transformation in our classrooms, and this is why I, Montgomery Armstrong, as your next member of parliament in this constituency, will ensure that mobile classrooms will be in effect across this constituency. Mobile libraries stationed at key areas within this constituency where teachers who are willing to give their time, not for free, to teach our children and supplement the work within the classrooms. And I canvassed St. Stephen's Hill today, and a parent shared with me that her son struggled in our system. Not because the child was a poor learner, but because the needs within the classroom were not met. And I have stated that in education, there has to be a triangulated approach to needs assessment in this country. We do not just need the teachers, we need social workers, and we need psychologists to assess our children every term. And I am not speaking about one psychologist per school. These are the things that we speak about when we speak about educational transformation. We need psychologists and social workers at every year level, at every school in this country, so that psychologists and social workers and professionals that provide social services do not feel the need to leave our shores, to travel abroad for work. The work needs to be done here. And our mobile libraries and our classrooms will ensure that children receive that individualized support. We are not speaking about tutoring and lessons. We are speaking about interventions that would ensure that children are meeting their literacy and numeracy targets continuously across this constituency. Continuously. And I am not just speaking to the working class amongst us, because the middle class issues are being tackled with the party's policies. And please come out to St. John on Saturday to learn about what the Democratic Labour Party is doing to reduce the cost of living in this country that is felt from the top right down to the bottom. There are people with mortgages in this country that have to decide whether or not they will pay their mortgage this month, or whether or not they will pay their bills, whether or not their children could do the extracurricular activities, or whether or not they could afford a meal out. I tell you, survival in this country has become an everyday task for the average Barbadian. But the future, and when I say the future, I mean it. 18 to 35-year-olds are not getting on the property market in this country. I am telling you, when I canvassed Lodge Hill, I met a constituent again. A story was shared by a mother, young woman. Her 10% saved for a mortgage, went to a mortgage fair, employed in the civil service. This is what your government has done to you. Employed in the civil service. Deposit saved. No mortgage can be given. No permanency in work, no job security. A government that brags about the lowest level of employment in this country has not provided the security of jobs for young people in this country. I tell you, the 18 to 35-year-olds with a plan, with a vision, are leaving. And I at 37 chose to return. Because if we don't come back and build Barbados, who will? The Barbados Labour Party is committed to cliquing, keeping their supporters happy, and not so much so, because some of them are so ashamed to come out and speak about how unfairly they're being treated within their own party. They're keeping the resources for the people that support them and throwing the crumbs at everybody else. In this constituency, I am telling you, there are people that have approached your member of parliament and have been turned back, asking for simple help and being told, well, that's not my style of politics. Well, that's not my style of politics. But if your style of politics does not benefit the people, you should not be in politics. And after February 11, you should receive your bags to go packing out to St. Michael North and into something that suits your style, because you do not need to be representing people that need representation the most. And when they come to you for basic help, basic needs, food, water, bills have to be turned on. We have people paying a sewage tax now and a basic water charge. Hear this. You are being charged at least 100% more on your water bills under this Barbados Labour Party government than you ever have been before. A gentleman today told me he dug a well to connect water to put on his toilet. And we know the issues. We know what the Barbados Labour Party has promised UKFL. We know. We know how sensitive the issues are. And that is why when I canvass, you will not find a large team behind me, because I want you to speak to me freely. And the gentleman said, I dug that well, never connected my toilet, and I am paying a sewage tax to this day. And then And then you have the Lion Red Book. Promises kept. Promises kept. And I look all across St. Michael North and I see broken promises. I look up at husbands. Promised a community center for almost 2 decades. 2 decades. And none. We see red benches painted. We see grisettes unleveled. We see Eden Lodge without lights. And they come and they hold their political meetings and they pay for the lights to come on or to bring in the big fancy lights. And Eden Lodge is without lighting. And then you see proper representation. And I, toMontgomery Armstrong, can commit to you right now that every light in this constituency across every playing field will be turned on at your discretion. There will not be a lack of tokens. 24-hour access will be given to Montgomery, to grisettes, and to the new facility that the Democratic Labour Party will build at Husbands. Because there is no way, with the high incidences of crime and violence across this constituency, that our Member of Parliament cannot understand that positive engagement is needed. And I wanted to wait until Saturday to bring this to you, but the Democratic Labour Party is committed to professionalizing sport across this country. Across this country. The Democratic Labour Party is committed to paying the young men of Case Hill Sports Club, to paying the young men of Eden Stars, to reviving sports in grisettes with the highest percentage of national athletes in this country, to looking for talent in Husbands New Development and paying athletes at the national level, trickling down to grassroots to ensure that young men in this constituency do not have to worry about work because their hands work and their feet work and their eyes work and sports is building the world. And this Barbados Labour Party government has again taken sport and tokenized it into one tournament for men, not women, for men. Female footballers in this country are neglected. Across the world, they're pushing for equity in sports between men and women. And this Barbados Labour Party cannot understand that by creating another spender in this economy, that we will begin to tackle the issues of crime and violence. If you can find $8,000 to pay some person not to commit crime, you can find $8,000 for an athlete in this country. You can find $8,000. The Democratic Labour Party is suggesting a tax-free stipend of $16,000 per annum for national athletes across the board. And I tell people the government has to do it. In the United Kingdom, the government constituted the first drawdown for sport development. To this day, in this election cycle, $330 million has gone. Who kick a ball on this pasture will earn a living. No, who kick a ball on this pasture will earn a living. Not only that, at the grassroots level, with coaches, we can ensure that playing fields across this country will be revitalized. And our young men who coach will be engaged to coach across this country so that we begin to identify talent at the grassroots level and create a system of performance sport. And we are not saying that it will be done in 5 years. This concept of having a pro sports league all across this country right down to the grassroots level, but we are saying that governments have to start. If the Labour Party cares so much about the crisis of our young men and women, they would understand that traditional jobs, the traditional jobs that they have failed to provide and secure for our youth, cannot be the answer. The traditional jobs that you tell young people to come for in the civil service, that they wait 3 months for their pay pack. The traditional jobs that when you send them to, and they get the little text message, we got work at the hospital, I'm not calling any names, but obviously we know there is a little bit of hospital work. And when they hear the young men come from Kafin and Eden Lodge, they are treated poorly. in this country. Your member of parliament has not sought to uplift this community by any means. The Democratic Labour Party, under my patronage, will begin a mentorship program for adolescents 13 to 18 years to ensure that our young people are ready for the workforce, to ensure that we can sit in Montgomery and brainstorm about the ideas and the things needed for this constituency. I have heard your ideas, and we have listened. Some of your ideas have gone into our manifesto. We listen to you. And I am not here to point out the failures of your member of parliament. I am not. But what I am here to show you is that if you are coming back for another mandate, you have to give the constituents of St. Michael North a reason. As the Minister of Digital Transformation, your former member of parliament has failed. And I can tell you now that the Democratic Labour Party will totally abandon the linking of the digital IDs to your bank accounts and to your own privacy, because the ID needs a facelift. The ID needs a facelift. There's no doubt that the ID needs to be changed. But this breach of privacy without adequate cybersecurity measures in this country, after the electoral list was leaked in 2022, we cannot trust the government with our information. It is unnecessary. Your member of parliament failed as a minister of digital transformation, and he has failed as a minister of health. How could your MP now go to homes where the last young lady that died in the QEH lived right across the street, born and raised in Cave Hill, 6 days in A&E waiting, passed away, a constituent? Mind you, your Minister of Health and MP, and they come to you asking for a vote. Country, 2 snap elections, less than 6 years, not even 2 full terms. And this is the thing. We are living in unprecedented times. And I keep walking and I keep telling people, and they talk about that the Democratic Labour Party was not ready. They thought so, but we have been ready. And everybody has seen that we are ready. Not ready in name or slogan. The Democratic Labour Party is ready. Ralph Thorne is ready. His 29 candidates are ready. Skilled and ready. Learned and ready. Working on the ground and ready. Talking to its constituents and ready. And they always joke and say, "Damien, you like too much talking. You ain't touching enough houses. People ain't seeing." The people that have seen me know me. The people that have seen me know me. The people that have seen me know me. I don't need a former MP to come and introduce me and say, "Well, no, this is the candidate that's replacing me, and I would love for you to give him your support." 1,300 votes lost in 2022. 38% of you only turned out and gave this MP your mandate. 38%. And of all the houses I've canvassed, not one of them has seen him again. Not one. So if your MP for 3.5 years decided he does not need to come to you because he believes this is a Barbados Labour Party seat, wait, don't we go on and say Michael North is a BLP seat? Hello? The Democratic Labour Party won it first. And your Barbados Labour Party MP had to wait until our MP retired to get it, okay? To get it. Let me repeat St. Michael North. Everyone in their galleries listening. The Democratic Labour Party won this seat and held it. Lost a little one term, a little shaky, to put up a little contention, somebody went, and he came back and he kept it for another 3 terms. And as good as the former Barbados Labour Party representative was, Yigi Jackie Jacket, everywhere I go, I hear one name. They say there's no stopping, y'all know who. That's the one name I hear. oh, we miss so-and-so, and we miss so-and-so, and this one that he bring, and we ain't know where he come from. Hello? If y'all know and love your MPs because you see your MPs, and you got an MP that you ain't seeing, vote him out and vote for one that you will see. And I laughed at this comment. Oh, she all about in careful, like in a lot like a bad flu. She all about, but that's the whole point of it. People are supposed to catch this motion. People are supposed to understand that that is me as a person. I love my country. They could not keep me in the UK for much longer. I love my country. So why Dormy come back here for? Dormy came back because she took a national development scholarship that says she must come home, and she came home. Because when I am told that something is just and right, and I have to do it, I do it. The government did not have to give me the scholarship for my doctorate. They did not. And I was not affiliated with the Democratic Labour Party when I got my National Development Scholarship. I was working, I returned twice. After my master's, I came home. I got to go home. They got things to do in sport. I got to go home. Came home. Got another scholarship to go back to do my doctorate. I got to go home. Home is home. And our young people are fleeing Barbados thinking, well, Canada is better, the US is better, the UK is better. Domry, will you come home? Because home is home. And the Democratic Labour Party is putting Barbados first. And I will always put my country first. It doesn't matter how skilled you are, how much money you work for, how well known you are. As long as you are an immigrant, you are a second-class citizen in someone else's country. I am coming to Barbados to put my country first because it puts me first. We're not chastising the government. At least I don't think so. We're telling the truth. Honest voices for you. Honest voices for you. A manifesto that does not speak to our issues. And I hear all this talk about poison, and who won't poison who, and who won't do this and who would do that. And the Democratic Labour Party, mind you, does not take unaliving oneself lightly. The Democratic Labour Party does not take unaliving oneself quietly, because we know how many lives were lost by suicide in this country under this administration because young people have not been able to manage. Older people have not been able to manage. People can't find their way navigating this economy. But you get on the platform and speak about unaliving yourself as a joke when unaliving oneself seems to be a thought of people across this country and across this constituency. But here is what I will tell you, and we will draw inferences tonight. Because the mental strain right now on our people because of this Barbados Labour Party government is no joke. Because of this Barbados Labour Party government is no joke. Public service is no joke. Telling people that you will always be there for them is no joke. People messaging you, asking for you to come see them because they are struggling is no joke. And they don't want to tell you this, but MPs across this country receive $2,500 per month for you. To this day, for the months that your MP has been in office, he has access to $117,000 that belongs to you. So when you go there at the office to ask for help, the help is there for you. And when he comes to you after this, ask him, where is your money? Ask him, where is your money? The money is there for you. The money is there to help. The money is there for you to ask for sponsorship for your programs. The money is there for you to receive the assistance that you need. The money is there for the mobile libraries that I spoke of. The money is there for the mobile breakfast programs. Where is your money? And this is a real serious thing. And these are the things that the Barbados Labour Party does not want you to know. $2,500 a month, every month, goes to your member of parliament for you. How is it not his style of politics to help you, but has the money to help you and is refusing to do so? And this is what 30 Love has done across this country. Your members of parliament have disappeared on you because they recognize that this job is not for the weak. This job is not for a leader to put their face next to your face and to say, vote for me. And if you vote for me, it's a vote for this. And if you, or strong leadership and change in time. And the times have changed because of the Barbados Labour Party. Dispel that notion of voting in weak members of parliament because people believe that a leader of a party has more strength. The Democratic Labour Party has strength because of its autonomy. The Democratic Labour Party has strength because its leader trusts us. The Democratic Labour Party has strength because Ralph Thorne has seen what we know we have and what we possess within us. Dispel this notion of needing a singular leader to lead this country because of the international diplomacy. The international diplomacy has caused our national issues to spiral. Getting upset because our leader speaks to regional newspapers and saying it's unpatriotic. When people believe that we have it sweet in Barbados, and the majority of us are struggling, dispel this notion, St. Michael North, that you need to vote for the incumbent because, oh, he has a better leader. It is untrue. Better is relative. Better is perceptive. And ask any Labour Party supporter now why they are voting for the Labour Party, and they cannot tell you why. Democrats, hear me across St. Michael North. You know why you vote for the Democratic Labour Party. You know why you gave them this seat in 1971, and you know why the Democratic Labour Party deserves it now. The Democratic Labour Party deserves it now. And I remember the first day I went out canvassing, January 22nd, Eden Lodge. And a young man said, well, sweetheart, the Labour Party never built nothing about here. Everything the Barbados Labour Party came to Eden Lodge and saw, they found. The Democratic Labour Party, and I will not stop saying it, the strongest record of housing in this country. And the residents in Grisettes and Eden Lodge are seeing hell because of it. No repairs to their homes. Going out and renting because their homes are flooding. Going out and renting because of the rats and the mice and the mosquitoes in the units that the Democratic Labour Party built. And they brought hope to overshadow us. To call the money from hope, 60 million. Do you know how many developments could have been built under the Democratic Labour Party with $60 million? Do you know how many 18 to 35-year-olds will gladly rent a unit at $70 per week in this country? But you think, after meeting people in Claremont paying $2,500 Barbados dollars in rent, $2,500 Barbados dollars in rent. This is what the Barbados Labour Party has done. Place strain on households that the landlords live, and the landlords have to raise their rent so that people now have to pay $2,500 in rent. 60 million gone from hope and no affordable. None. And they asked for a third mandate. But hear me, the Democratic Labour Party has recommitted to its housing programs. Young people have reached out to me asking if there are any available units across this country. The units have to be audited. The Labour Party is presently evicting people from from units. The Democratic Labour Party has never evicted anybody from a housing unit in this country because of the lack of payment. The Barbados Labour Party has caused a living crisis in this country and are evicting people from the units that we built for non-payment when people, because of them, cannot make their bills. Listen, St. Michael North, this is no joke. Imagine evicting people from homes that they have occupied for years. And I saw it with my own eyes. Sorry, this is not fabricated. I saw the blue paper, I saw the notices. I am always about evicting people from their homes. This Barbados Labour Party would leave you homeless in a cost of living crisis and come back to you and ask you again for a vote. The Democratic Labour Party has always worked with its residents. The Democratic Labour Party started issuing title deeds for all of its developments across this country, and the Barbados Labour Party has stopped. And I know something that would be very detrimental to your sitting member of parliament, but I dare not say it because I am not that desperate. But he knows when I speak about housing and when I speak about rent and renting those units, he knows exactly what I am speaking about. And you have people on the streets. Right now, there's a homeless woman walking up and down Bridgetown pregnant. No shelter. They can't go to the place that everybody touts and says is for the homeless, right? They can't go on national housing. Names have been down in national housing for decades. We are in a crisis. This election is no joke. But back to the poison, because I want the crowd to help me tonight. Because certain decisions made on February 11th will be as if you were drinking poison. Hear me out. Certain decisions made on February 11th will be as if you were drinking poison. And the minister that spoke about the government owing people money and about this thing about, marriage to me, the minister is married to something. It begins with an S, ends with a Y, and rhymes with pity. Because after the statements that were made, I could only assume that that is what he is married to. But hear me out. If come February 11th, you decide to vote for a government who called 2 snap elections and promised you things that they could have done in this term without an election, it would be as if you were drinking poison. If you vote for a government that has mummed its 29 members of parliament for 8 years, that has not represented you, have not represented you, do not intend to represent you, and have come back again to ask for another mandate, it would be as if you were drinking poison. If your member of parliament has disappeared after 2022 and comes back to you asking for a second mandate when he hasn't even fulfilled the first, it would be as if you were drinking poison. And if you would go into a polling station and vote for the Barbados Labour Party on the basis of strong leadership for changing times in the midst of an economic crisis, in the midst of a cost of living crisis, in the midst of a housing crisis, in the midst of an education crisis, in the midst of a crisis of all sorts in this country, and I could go on and on and on. It would be as if, and crime, if you would vote for a government with the highest crime rate in this country, it would be as if you were drinking poison. And after that, St. Michael North, I can only thank you for listening.
Your time. Yeah, you can't go wrong with Armstrong. No, when I can't go wrong with Armstrong. No, come, but think of vote now. When I can't go wrong with Armstrong. You can vote, toMontgomery, yeah, but I say you want you vote, toMontgomery, yeah, come, don't stick. Vote, toMontgomery, she's the truth, vote, toMontgomery. See the box, but think that he has on the clock. Look, tick tock, flick your wrist, check the watch. Look, tick tock. She say, oh, this crime gonna stop. Look, tick tock.
Our next representative for St. Michael North, Dr. Dawnmarie Armstrong. She said something about strong leadership. That's their slogan. I spoke of these things before, and I'm going to mention them again. I think it's worthwhile mentioning them here. And I'm thankful. I've said before, I am personally thankful for our political leader, Comrade Ralph Thorne. He did not invite persons known to the law to Parliament, causing police to watch in disbelief. He did not take that infamous phone call on Good Friday, April 2nd, 2021. He did not pay confessed shooters thousands of dollars every month not to shoot. He did not bring to Parliament legislation that intended to allow spying on you without a judge's warrant. He did not break the law at the time by having 2 deputy commissioners of police when the law allowed for only 1. He did not rob persons of their right to vote in 2022 by calling an unnecessary election in the middle of the COVID pandemic. He did not stand idly by and watch our country's flag go into a grave and be desecrated. He did not host an event at Botanical Gardens that would have a teenage girl gyrating on stage. He did not abandon posts and try to save the world while his country was crumbling. He did not give away land to a foreign bank that could afford to buy it. He did not pass a law intending to give away our monies to foreign companies. He did not fly around on private jets, compliment taxpayers, while our hospital is crumbling. No, we know who did that. As I introduce our leader, I remind us of some of his own words. On the reasons why he had to leave. Speaking out as a backbencher against what he saw as an injustice. Comrade Thorne pointed out that he was vilified when his spirit and his conscience could no longer take it. He had to move on. He has told us how since then he's been cursed, insulted, and even threatened because he dared to raise matters that the Barbados Labour Party government would much prefer to remain hidden. Asking questions of the other 28 in Parliament. Thankfully, Comrade Leader Ralph Thorne left the Barbados Labour Party. There are so many things that we would never have heard. Montgomery Pasture, Cave Hill, Barbados. Let us welcome Comrade Leader Ralph Thorne.
We all in this with Ralphie. We all in this with Ralphie. Yeah, one vision, one people, one destiny. We all in this with Ralphie. We all in this with Ralphie. Yeah. Yeah. We all in this with Ralphie. Yeah. Yeah. He crossed the floor not for fame or glory. He crossed the floor to rewrite the story. St. Lucie. Everybody know he stand for we. He watch them laws, line by line. He said follow the law, not the head lady. We all in this with Ralphie. We all in this with Ralphie. Yeah. We all in this with Ralphie. Yeah. One vision, one people, one destiny. We all in this with Ralphie. He crossed the floor to unite the country. So everybody sing in harmony. We all in this with Ralphie. Yes, we all in this with Ralphie. Hey, hey. Yes, we all in this with Ralphie. Hey, hey, hey. He said to the house, how you getting this? Watching the chaos parliament in a twist. One member while another talk too fast. Ralphie step in make sense last. The people laugh, they clap, they grin. Cause Ralphie sharp, he know how to win. The law and logic, he keep them tight. He bring order to the parliament fight. Hey. R-A-L-P-H-I-E. Hey. We all in this with Ralphie. R-A-L-P-H-I-E. Stand up tall for unity. Hey. Cabinet, not the state, so respect the law before it's too late. The legal business done on the floor, not in your mind behind closed door. He cool, collected, full of class. He use the facts and bust up, she bubble fast. He shaving down falsehood, clean and neat. Ralphie drop logic on every seat. Tourism built it, bill, now this new move. Free movement by imagination to prove no legislation to pass immigration gate. Yet you telling visitors come, citizens wait. Ralphie say hold on, let's get it straight. Law before limelight, check the man take. He watching close, the people clap.
Thank you very much. Thank you, K-Phil. Thank you to one of my favorite people. A much revered young man has introduced me here tonight, Dr. Elvis Wickham. And I refer to him because in many ways, Elvis defines what this party is about, and what this party is becoming, and what this party reveals about itself in 2026 on the cusp of an election. And I'm always so proud to follow Dr. Wickham on a platform. Elvis, I want to thank you so much. He has had the freedom to join the efforts of any of the political parties in Barbados, and he has chosen to join the Democratic Labour Party, and I want to say that is not an accident. I want to say that is not an accident. We live in a system in which one is free under the Constitution. There's freedom of association to join any party, and that Elvis has joined this Democratic Labour Party says as much about us as it says about the opponent, the Barbados Labour Party. Why politics? And this is a topic that I've dealt with before. I've asked myself before, why politics? Why do we do this? And we come from a history of oppression. We come from a history in which we were the subordinates in the society. And there are times when we must pause and ask, what is it that brings us to this point? And in asking what brings us to this point, we have to examine from whence we came. I know the hour is late and I'm not going to speak to you for very long. I've spoken already tonight. I've spoken already tonight. Thank you, Derek. And I want to retrace a bit of the history of the Democratic Labour Party and the history of this country, the politics of this country. Why do we do this? Why once every 5 years, or in the case of the Barbados Labour Party, which finds itself unable to sustain itself as a government for more than 4 years, and that is significant as well. Why do we do this? And I want to begin with a cricket analogy, and I'm not only going to ask the question as why do we do this, but how do we do it? And you will discover that the Barbados Labour Party and the Democratic Labour Party emerge, and they're doing this in fundamentally different ways. That is one of the features of these two political parties that emerges, the way in which we do things, the way in which the Barbados Labour Party is doing things, and the way in which the Democratic Labour Party is doing things. And there's a reason for that. I think you've all seen it as Barbadians, that when the Barbados Labour Party does something, it is done, even politics, even political meetings are done differently. And that is something that we have noticed as Barbadians, this emergence of a feature of the Barbados Labour Party that is so fundamentally different from the Democratic Labour Party. Now I'm here on a cricket field. I played cricket here as a boy, watched the mobile cinema here as a boy. So this is quite familiar to me. It used to be grisettes, and then we would come up here and we would play against the Kefil boys, and then we would go back down what we call the school hill at the time and go back to grisettes. So this was all home. This is all quite familiar to me. And remembering that this was a cricket ground for me, I remember C.L.R. James. He wrote one of the best books, Beyond the Boundary. The real name was Beyond the Boundary, but the publishers mistitled it Beyond a Boundary. And he wrote a chapter in that book, and I want to recall two excerpts from that book, Beyond the Boundary, by C.L.R. James. In one of those chapters, he said, when a batsman is at the crease, he becomes his team. There's a sense in which he defines the team, that the other batsmen are in the pavilion, but that batsman at the crease, of course there's a batsman at the other end, but the dominant batsman, he defines the team. He says what the team is like. If he is too defensive, he gives a definition to the team that is defensive and stodgy and almost afraid. If the batsman is aggressive, the team becomes, it seems as if the team is aggressive. So he says the batsman defines the team. And it comes if the young people do not quite identify with this. Was asking these questions of Sir Frank. Sir Frank is the captain of that great West Indies team. And every time he asked him about a cricketer, Sir Frank would not talk about batsmanship or bowling. He would say, this person is a team man. And C.L.R. James became very frustrated, and he would go to another cricketer, and he's hoping that Sir Frank would say whether he's a good batsman, good bowler, great bowler. And again, Sir Frank would always say, oh, that one, he is a good team man. T-E-A-M, a team man, a man who is committed to the collective, a man who is committed to the team, a man who rejects individualism and centers his whole pursuit on the collective interests, on the interests of the team. And I always say that here was C.L.R. talking about cricket, but here was Sir Frank talking about character. Yeah? Here was C.L.R. talking about cricket, and here was Sir Frank talking about character. And I want to relate that to what you're experiencing in this campaign tonight. In the first place, you have the person who defines the team. And I want to bring you to the Barbados Labour Party tonight. And I want to bring you to an examination of the Democratic Labour Party tonight. And if leadership gives definition to a team, and if the quality of the person in leadership defines the team, I unapologetically state that the quality of person that my parents created is not the quality of person that was created, that person who leads the Barbados Labour Party. I am unapologetic about that. There's nothing about my upbringing that separates me from the rest of Barbados and the rest of decent Barbados. My upbringing was one of the average Barbadian boy, 60s and the 70s. Most people live lives that were similar. Most people live lives that were similar. There was a regime of behavior. There was a regime of experience, and made all of our lives, in a sense, they were collective lives. We did the same thing. We went to school the same way. We went to church the same way. And that lent to the shaping of character. And I'm unapologetic about that. And every day of one's life, you were encouraged to measure your conduct against morality. In other words, your parents told you every day what was right and what was wrong. And every decision that you made, every single decision, from the heaviest decision to the lightest, you weighed that against the rightness or the wrongness of that conduct. And that contributed to the building of character, so that there's nothing different about my life. My life was consistent and consonant with that of the lives of the other boys in K-Phil, in Black Rock, in Britain's Hill, in Pine, all across Barbados. Little boys and little girls were taught virtually the same lessons. And it was fascinating that even the language, the accents were different, but the language was the same, the experience was the same, because we were driven and we were raised by a set of values that guided and shaped our conduct as human beings, as citizens, so that there's nothing remarkable, outstanding even, exceptional even, about the lives of ordinary people, the ordinary people of which I have been a part all my life. But then there's a kind of person in this country, who has been taught to believe that their life is in some way elevated above the lives of others. And for those of us who understand the scriptures, and you don't have to be any devout Christian to understand the scriptures, and for those of us who understand that God created all persons equal, as long as you understand that God created everybody equal, you will understand that there is no inherent greatness in anybody that comes to any endeavor. People use their aptitude. People use their intellect. People develop their intellect to ascend to positions of leadership. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it does not happen. But then you have a kind of person in a country who creates this myth, this falsehood around themselves. They envelop themselves in something called a myth. It is not real. And they want to say to you, I am special. And that's fine. You can say that you're special. But the difficulty and the problem becomes that of creating a cadre of persons who will actually believe that. Who will actually believe that myth. And you will hear things and you will see things written. John Brown is not a leader, but Mary Smith is a leader. And it is all mythology. It rests on a falsehood. It rests on that. And when you try to discover the origins of this myth, it has nothing to do with character. It has nothing to do with what is inside. It is false. And it is related, and I say this, I hinted at this at St. George last night, because this election has to become serious. And this election has to become one in which we are going to unmask certain people. Certain people who tell you that you and your children are inferior to them. But we who were raised by good people, and we who were shaped as good people, and we who were raised to use our minds, our intellects, to understand each other, and to understand our humility, to accept our humility, and to accept that all greatness rests with God, and that there are no human gods among us, that we are all equal. And I referred to it last night, and I come to Montgomery tonight to raise it again. In this election, I come here to raise it again. I come here to tell you to avoid a dangerous word called pedigree, and to avoid a dangerous word called privilege. I spoke about it last night, and it has to be a message that is sent across St. Michael and Barbados, all of Barbados. Those of you who have children must understand that your child is inferior to no other child, and your child is superior to no other child. But there's a small cadre of persons in Barbados who have clothed a certain individual in a myth of superiority and a myth of entitlement to leadership. And there is no human being in this country, K-Phil, there's no human being in St. Michael North tonight, or any part of Barbados, who is superior to any other individual, and certainly not inferior to any other. And I come to this distinction between privilege and merit. I began with a cricket analogy. And I said last night, and I'm going to repeat it because this is a message that must be repeated to Barbadians. As we invite Barbadians to visit the polling booth next week, Barbadians must need to understand for whom they vote. And Barbadians must understand whom they must reject. Next week is about acceptance and rejection. Acceptance of self and rejection of your enemy. Because any man who tries to make you feel that you are inferior to him, he subjugates you. He reduces your humanity, and he cannot be your friend, he is your enemy. These things must be said. And I come back to the themes. I come back to those two themes of privilege and merit. And every human being, irrespective of background, irrespective of skin color, irrespective of religious affiliation, as the good book says, he's comely, and she is comely. He is worthy, and she is worthy. And I was dealing with cricket, and I want to say to you, one of the unhappiest parts of my school life was when I used to hear the Garfield Sobers jokes. It was a very sad time, you know. And Sobers was born in the Bayland. Nothing to be apologetic about. The phrase is the accident of birth. Nobody chooses the birthplace, you know. A lot of us are fortunate to have good parents who develop character. And
When I was at Wesley Hall School, I used to hear these jokes about Sobers, diminishing Sobers, diminishing him. And no one has ever played cricket in the way that Sobers has. And the excellence of Sobers relates to merit. That he did something better than anybody else did anything else. Last night I referred to Usain Bolt. Again, this is the beauty of sport. That whatever you thought of Usain Bolt, whether you thought he was worthy or not as a human being, the beauty in sports is that sports establishes merit without question. When he got up, when that gun was fired, and he got up and reached the other end of 100 yards in 9.59, is it? 9.58. He did not do that because of any privilege that was attendant on his life. He did it on the basis of merit. And that is the beauty in sport. There is no place in many sports or sporting or athletic achievement for privilege. It relates itself to merit. Who is the best? Are you of worth? Can you do this? Can you do this like Sagari? Can you do this like Usain Bolt? If you're into basketball, can you do it like Jordan or James? And as the younger people would say, can you do it like Mbappe? Can you do it? And whether you can do it or not in sport has nothing to do with those exterior qualities called privilege. Whether you can do it or not relates to merit. And I want you, Phil, tonight, you've heard Dr. Marie Armstrong here. And you've heard a daughter of merit, not of privilege. You've heard a daughter of Bashal. And it is so interesting, you know. Dawn, as far as I'm aware, is from Bashal. Bashal is represented, and Dawn is a child of merit. Whatever you think of Dawn, Dawn is a child of merit. But people like Dawn are not supposed to put DR in front of their name and call themselves doctor. She's a child of merit. She has achieved that. Not by virtue of any privilege, not by virtue of these exteriors, but what is inside, what God has placed inside. And it is so ironic that I associate her with Bashal. And it is so ironic that Bashal is represented by the leader of the Barbados Labour Party. So ironic. And Dawn is a child of merit. What Dawn has achieved academically has been achieved by merit. And the person who represents her, if she is still registered in Bashal, is not there by any merit. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And look, the time has come. The time has come when Barbadians must know and understand this. And the time has come when Barbadians must know and understand that when the sycophants gather around the feet of Mia Motley, they are not gathering around her and describing her as a leader based on any merit. They're talking about privilege. And they refer to all things other than merit. And I'm not going to unmask her fully tonight. That is not what I'm here about. I am here to elevate the people in Barbados who have risen to positions of prominence by hard work, by faith, by good works, by dedication, by merit. And look, I have to say this. And they may take it as a personal attack, but I'm going to say it. It is not a personal attack. It is an exposition. And I want those who have been describing Mia Motley as naturally given to leadership. I want them to tell me what is the academic record. I want them to tell me. I heard Oinatha stand at the bottom of the steps of Parliament and excoriate her. I heard it, you heard it, it's there on YouTube. And I heard the hypocrisy of false praise for Oinatha. And I heard people who are connected to Oinatha defending the BLP, seeming to misunderstand that Oinatha went to his grave and was not a member of the party that he led as a prime minister for 14 years. They can say, or he can say, that he resigned. I say to you tonight, Oinatha was expelled from the Barbados Labour Party. And I say to you, what he said to you in that dialogue at the bottom of the steps of Parliament, that 2 members of that party moved a motion for his expulsion. That man had led that party for 14 years as prime minister, elevated to that office when the party was desperately trying to establish a kinship with the people of Barbados, when it was seen as elitist. And I know, I was there. It was seen as elitist. And Oinatha rescued the reputation of the Barbados Labour Party, not by his own effort, but because they recognized the crisis of the Barbados Labour Party, the crisis of distance from ordinary people in Barbados, and Oinatha was planted there to give that party a human face. And 14 years later, after he is prime minister, the author of Oinatha's destruction, you can work out who was the author of Oinatha's destruction and departure from the Barbados Labour Party. These things you must know. You must know the difference between privilege and merit. And I can go into the house of the Barbados Labour Party and define the Barbados Labour Party, not based on any falsehoods, based on the truth. And after 14 years of prime ministership, Oinatha was brought to a discovery of the distinction between privilege and merit, that some people in the Barbados Labour Party felt that in spite of his academic and intellectual achievement, that still he was not fit to lead that party. As he said, a boy in the yard. A boy in the yard. And you heard it again, repeated 2 weeks ago. The boy in the yard thesis and the boy in the yard description. When the young man, I pledged not to call his name on this platform. When the young man, he was told he's being accepted, but he has to behave himself. He has to behave himself. And you know, this is tragic. This is tragic in the politics of Barbados. When a group of leadership, and that is the anatomy of Mia Motley tonight. Mia Motley considers herself born to lead. Nobody is born to lead anybody. You must be a person of achievement. And I am sorry, Motley. The time has come when Barbadians must know who you are. The time has come when Barbadians must know who you are. And I'm not the brightest man in the world. I'm not the brightest man in the world. But I know a lot of girls that went to Queen's College. Look, y'all really want to hear this? Y'all really want to hear this? I know a lot of bright girls that went to Queen's College. I know a lot of bright girls that went to Queen's College and they won exhibitions and they went to high universities all across Europe and the United States. And they achieved. And there is no doubt relating or pertaining to their academic qualifications. There's no doubt. I'm going to repeat, because this nonsense has to end at some point in time. And these sycophants that have surrounded this person, this myth, the myth of achievement based not on merit, but based on privilege. And if we claim to be a republic, the time has come when we must respect merit and stop this foolishness about being qualified for a position of leadership not based on merit, but based on privilege. Barbados tonight, the time has come. I'm going to repeat it again. I'm going to repeat it again so that they understand this nonsense has to come to an end. Show me the certificates. I have seen the evidence of Dr. Dawn Marie's merit. I have seen the evidence of Dr. Dawn Marie's achievement. I have seen that little girl from the soil show me the success of health, show me the success of education. I have seen the young lady on the cusp of occupying government, and she will occupy the offices of government. And she will occupy the offices of government on merit. The time has come for the end of privilege and the beginning of merit in this country. And I know that those who have surrounded this myth, Mayor Motley, I'm going to call your name tonight, you know. I'm going to call your name tonight. I am going to call your name tonight. I have the right. I have the right. I have the right. If the Trinidad television station interview me, and I have the right and the duty to tell the truth, and if I sound good, and I'm not boasting, but if the seventh child of Lawrence and Vashti Thorne has merit, so be it. Let us not go into rebellion tonight. We are the children of merit, and our time has come. Our time has come. Leadership is not reserved for those of privilege. Leadership will come to the children of merit in this country. Let it come. Kefil, rise up. Grisettes, rise up tonight. Eden Lodge, rise up. Bring your children out. Bashal, rise up. Up, you mighty people. The time has come, and no man or woman has the right, whether on Facebook or an ordinary conversation, to tell you that your child is not fit to occupy Allen School, Harrison College, Montgomery Foundation Lodge. No man has the right to do that. No man has the right to deny your child. And no man or woman will deny the seventh son of Lawrence and Vashti Thorne tonight. He will not do it. I have labored and I have been heavy laden. with the burden of social class prejudice. We have spent a long time being told that we are worthless and that we are worth nothing. We spent a long time. And when we unmask these people, and when we see the record of these people, I'm going to say it again, show me the certificates. Show me the certificate. Show me the qualification. Show me the worth. Don't show me a myth. And you can't get the country run. And the reason you can't get the country run is because you're a dunce. I'm sorry I've brought you to this. I'm sorry that I've brought you to this. But all I'm doing tonight is defending the children of merit in this country, because a child of merit is born every night in this country. And every morning that child of merit is pushed down by those who claim privilege. And the time has come for that to end, K-Phil. The time has come for that to end, K-Phil. And whatever personal matter they raise in relation to Dawn Marie, lift your head up high tonight. Lift your head up high tonight, Dawn Marie. Let no man nor woman deny you the merit that is within you. Let them not do it. I have not seen any qualification in this woman that is superior to the qualification of any other. And do not consider it any accident that the leadership of the Barbados Labour Party rests between two people, Mia Motley and Santia Bradshaw. It is not an accident. And I can refer to the significant statements made by these people. We're coming to St. George North, but we start at the end and go back. What she said to the boy from St. Philip recently, that if he doesn't behave himself, all we can do is laugh at him, tell the truth. I walk away from that foolishness and he walked back into it. And y'all want me to call his name up here? Y'all really think that his name belongs up here? Thank you very much. And I'm going to go back to what she said in St. George. This is Santia Bradshaw. Some time ago, at an estimates debate, or some debate in the House, I was challenging the appointment of a CEO of the hospital. I was challenging the appointment of the head of the Barbados Tourism and Marketing, Inc. I was challenging the appointment of a chairman and a CEO of Hope. Hope. I was challenging that. And that woman got up and said, we need the best brains and the best people to justify the appointment of a South African, a German, and an Englishman to head 3 important public corporations in your country. With the University of the West Indies just around the corner. I walked from Grisettes to the University of the West Indies for 4 years. Walk along there. I walked along there and went to the University of the West Indies, one of the greatest universities in the world. And she said, the best brains and the best people. And when she made that statement, it was a shot fired. It was a missile fired at that University of the West Indies that has created some of the most outstanding citizens of this Caribbean, that has sent some of the most outstanding citizens across the globe. And she denied the right of all those persons to occupy those high offices in public corporations by saying she wants the best minds and the best people. And that is the anatomy. That is the anatomy of the BLP creature tonight. That denies, that always speaks the language of privilege and suppresses merit. At every turn you see it. And Derek, yes, I come to St. George North. I come to St. George North. And in speaking of the qualification of the incumbent of St. George North for representation of St. George North, we all know what Bradshaw said. She has pedigree. She is connected to her, she said. And her qualification for office had nothing to do with merit. It had nothing to do with the state of her heart or the state of her mind. It is this thing that we in Barbados call privilege. And in what is this privilege clothed? It certainly is not clothed in academic achievement. Listen to them. Listen to them. Yes, she said that climate change is causing the potholes. Now, there has been no more idiotic statement uttered in the Barbados Parliament over 300 years than that one. She's a deputy prime minister tonight. And she is the author, she is the modern author of privilege in the Barbados Labour Party. And they tell me, I don't listen to them. They tell me that the attacks have started. I don't listen. Because I know that there is nothing that they can say about me to diminish me. Never. Never. And I want to tell you something tonight, K-Phil. I understand, and I'm not going to call any names here. I've been practicing law far too long to call a name now. I understand that a certain person in Barbados said that she, no names, who the cat fit? Man to man, you don't know who to trust. Your worst enemy and your best friend. Well, a certain person said that she would pay any amount of money to find a scandal on Ralph Thorne. I am smiling, but I am not happy. I am a sinner. And I'm going to repeat to you what I just said. And this was not said to anybody that looks like y'all out here. This was said to someone who, according to Bradshaw, would have the best minds. And they said they would pay any amount to get a scandal on Ralph Thorne. And my position is that the scandals on the person are free. You don't have to pay anybody to get a scandal on that person. Who the cat fit? I never bite nobody yet. I never bite nobody yet. So look, go and pay for the scandal. Go and pay for the scandal on Ralph Thorne. Because all the scandals on that person are to be got free. You don't have to pay anybody for them. The people in Barbados know. And the people in Barbados understand the desperation. The people in Barbados understand why every single day of the person's life she is traversing this country. I gotta watch the law doing what she is doing. You will understand why she is traversing this country doing what she is doing. And the people of Barbados know, you know. The people of Barbados know. And these things are being said out there in the public domain. So when you come in, come good. You know the things that are being said out there. Have you seen the photographs, K-Phil? The gloves are off tonight. Have you seen the videos, Grisette? Where's the perfect life? Where's the qualification for high office? In spite of the deficits, in spite of the very obvious deficits, in spite of all the characteristics that disqualify for high office, still they come and tell you that all in all, leadership lives naturally with this person. And Cynthia Ford can believe that. And Trevor Prescott can believe that. The people of Barbados don't believe it. And that is why the people of Barbados are about to do what they are about to do. And we urge the people of Barbados to do it. We urge the people of Barbados to find that not only have they been afflicted by dangerous incompetence, but they have been afflicted by government that does not understand moral substance. That is what this Barbados Labour Party is about tonight. And that is why we have had so many failures. And that is why you challenge the people who support the Barbados Labour Party tonight. And they cannot tell you that they support the leadership of the Barbados Labour Party based on anything other than conceptions of privilege. This government has failed this country miserably. This is a government that has failed to control the cost of living. And listen to your governor of the central bank 2 weeks ago. When he is reviewing the economy, he confesses to you that inflation will continue this year. And that is why the government is too embarrassed to confront the question of inflation and cost of living. Because their own governor of the central bank says that inflation is likely to continue this year. And that is frightening, because the people in Barbados are finding it difficult to pay their bills based on a cost of living that is too high. And here you have a government that has not confronted the issue of high cost of living, because the bullets are shooting the young boys and killing the young boys in this country, in these streets. And inside the houses, cost of living is killing the mothers. You want me to repeat it? The bullets are killing the young boys on the streets of this country. And the cost of living is killing the mothers inside their houses. And they're an incompetent government. Crime. They have failed to control crime. These poorly disguised dunces have failed to control crime. And we have stood up in a parliament year after year, month after month, week after week, and pleaded with this government to pursue strategies to control crime in this country. Failure. Show me one success of this government. Show me one. Show me one success of this government while the primary and secondary schools in this country are on the verge of collapse. Show me one success. While the Queen Elizabeth Hospital is now a disaster zone, and I said it to TNT, and I don't regret it, because I told the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Show me a success of this government. Show me one. Show me a country that is in a crisis of its diet, with too many people eating processed foods. And the fields out there are empty of sweet potato and yams. And they talk about GDP. And agriculture is now less than 3% of gross domestic product in this country. Less than 3%, and that is the evidence of a crisis in agriculture under this duncy and incompetent government. Show me the success. Show me the success. Show me the success when a government is failing to meet its responsibility to move poor people from Bridgetown to home and back to Bridgetown and the little children of this country. One young man in Martins Bay tonight told me that he has to get up at 4:30 in mornings to get to his workplace on a transport board bus. Little children in Newcastle cannot get to school on time. It is a fact. And the transport board, that has been the poor man's limousine, will be sold to some rich people by this poorly disguised duncy government. Show me the success. Show me the success. And I am speaking to the people on Facebook and social media who insist that these people are fit for leadership. Show me the success. And I will show you every one of the 29 dunces. I will show you them. I will show you a Ministry of Labor that has closed down the Employment Rights Tribunal, and people who have been dismissed and unfairly dismissed in this country cannot find their day in court because this wicked and incompetent government is not giving dismissed workers the right of access to justice. Show me the success. And they come and tell you, oh, she is fit for leadership. And what is the qualification? Don't I come back to you? I've seen yours. I've seen your qualification. And tonight I proudly give you the title Doctor. Doctor. Not based on privilege, but merit. And when you go to the polling booth next week, take those two words with you. And you will determine Cahill. And you will determine Grisettes and Eden Lodge whether you will cast your vote for privilege or merit. And I know that their consciences are disturbing them. All for a little mess of pottage, 30 pieces of silver. A few men are running around this country and a few women are running around this country, the beneficiaries of a cheap transaction. The beneficiaries of a cheap transaction, and who have joined in a small chorus, a small choir that wants to convince the rest of the people in Barbados that Mia Motley is somehow more fit for leadership than Dr. Dawn Marie Armstrong. I'm not even going to talk about myself, just as I am without one plea, but that thy blood was shed for me, and that thou bidst me come to thee, O Lamb of God. I come to thee. Good night, and God bless you.
Rise! We proud! Wave your flag! Wave your flag! Lift your hand! Time to build back with sweet land! Time to build back with sweet land! Roll with Ralphie! Roll with the tapey! Roll with Ralphie! Roll with the tapey! The girl ready, spirit bright. We ready to make it right. Stand up down, it's stand up free. Roll with Ralphie, DAP! Roll with Ralphie! Roll with the DAP! Yeah, one love, one love, one family. Rolling with the people of this country.
That's right, that's our political leader.
Bless the hands that plant
Our leader went to the heart of the matter. What really about? There are those who believe they're entitled, and the rest of us, not worth it. So come February 11th, as I encourage you to vote for Dr. Dawn-Marie Armstrong here in St. Michael North. She is one of you. She hasn't said much about her upbringing, but Dawn-Marie grew up here in this constituency, regularly traveling on B41 with her mom, who is conductress, Mrs. Skeeta Davis. Many of you have been asking about her. I encourage you, I urge you to support Dr. Dawn-Marie Armstrong. Vote for someone who will be your voice in Parliament come February 11th. Ladies and gentlemen, those viewing at home, it's been a pleasure having you. Good night and God bless. Get home safely. May the Lord give you restful sleep, restorative sleep, that you will rise tomorrow morning according to his will to do his bidding. Good night. God bless.
One people, one destiny. We all in this with Ralphie. We all in this with Ralphie. Yeah. Yeah. We all in this with Ralphie. Yeah. Yeah. He crossed the floor not for fame or glory. He crossed the floor to rewrite the story. The people vex, the country tight. Ralphie step up to set things right. Churches to St. Lucie, everybody know he stand for we. He watch them laws, line by line. He said follow the law, not the head lady.
When a man talk truth, stand up firm and don't bow. They don't attack the message, they attack